Oh boy, more paper. How many trees can we go?
Good afternoon, everyone. This is the Thursday, September 18th, 2025 meeting of the Expanded Budget Committee of the Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee of Tompkins County. And I wanted to draw to your attention that we have legislators here in the chamber, and we have Amanda Champion on Zoom, and also Shauna Black. Daryl Tuttle is joining us remotely. He's our Director of Finance. The one preliminary thing I wanted to do is remind everybody, the microphones in front of you in chambers are hot mics. And that means that not only can we hear each other, but the sound goes out to the broadcast that we do. And that's, of course, up at the control room is broadcasting our meeting to the YouTube channel and live at this point. Sidebar conversations are often picked up by these hot microphones, even if you're whispering. So keep that in mind. What you're saying to a neighbor may not be as confidential as you think it might be. So I'm just a friendly reminder about that.
Oops.
Well, we're going to continue with our departmental presentations tonight, and we're going to start out with our sheriff, Derek Osborne. He's got the undersheriff, John Olin, and he's got Megan Cook with him.
Thanks.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. I think Megan is pulling our PowerPoint up now. We're going to start with our law enforcement division and then move in afterwards to corrections. All right, our first slide, I won't bore you and read all this to you, but what this is just an overview of the law enforcement side of our operation. As you may know, the law enforcement division is separated into many different functional units. We have the Stop DWI program. We have our civil division, which handles civil processes and our records. Then we have our uniform division, which consists of our road patrol and criminal investigations, and also our SWAT team, or SRT, Specialized Response Team. Moving on, amongst all those functional units, our FTE report, that is staying status quo this year, other than the inclusion of our care teams. So we're technically asking for 0 new positions in 2026. Budget snapshot, we got several maintenance of effort increases due to rising costs in the economy. Our care teams, this year we're looking at our first team, and I'll remind you, we currently have 2 teams, which are a mental health clinician paired with a deputy. Team 1 is target funding. We're in year 3 of our pilot program, so we're hoping to move that into a permanent position in the budget. Our second team, we're only in year 2 of the 3-year pilot, so next year we'll be hoping to build that into our budget as well, meaning 2027. We also, the thing that keeps resurfacing is our boat. I can't ask for it last year and then not ask for it again this year. That would be counterproductive, so we have that in there as well. This slide is our civil division and our special response team, or SWAT. Just to go through as quickly as I can some of our increases that were supported by county admin. Increase in membership dues, that's our Sheriff's Association fees, International Association Chiefs of Police, things of that nature. $500 increase. The increase in service contracts, specifically within our civil division, 1,174. That includes things such as our RICO copiers, contracts, LexisNexis, things of that nature. $1,000 increase in our postage due to increased costs. $2,000 in training and meal reimbursements. That hasn't been increased in years. That's specifically for our SRT team. Increase in ammunition, that also hasn't been done in years, and prices are just going up, so that's $2,000. An increase in $6,249 for our overtime for our road patrol and investigations. That was supported. The next line that's in red, that's our shift pay. That actually, we see a reduction of $8,878, excuse me. So the total amount on that line for shift pay is $113,000. Premium pay, that's for holidays, things of that nature, an increase of $11,923. Departmental equipment, here that's a $220,000 expense that is attributed to our GIVE program, Gun Involved Violence Elimination. That is also, that's kind of a wash. That's also reflected in our revenue line. So that's a revenue that washes out with the expenditure, vice versa. $10,000 increase in fuel for our fleet, $5,000 in clothing costs and contract allowances. The last line there is we've seen a pretty steady increase in ammunition costs. We asked for $5,000. The county administration was not able to recommend that. They also reduced or recommended a reduction in $10,000, leaving us $15,000 in that line based on actuals for 2024. But I got to say, we spent all that money last year, and this year we're currently at $15,442.74. So that reduction would definitely hurt us in that area. Does that make sense to everybody in that? Okay. Equipment rental, again, RICO copiers, the leases, our printers, $1,700 increase. Service contracts, that $115,000 is actually the total requested. That's a reduction of just over $47,000. And lastly, our telephone increases of $5,000. Any questions on that before I move forward? All right, that's pretty standard. When we get to our enhancements, again, we're looking to continue our care teams and also hopefully purchase a new boat for Marine Patrol. If you look at this slide, this talks about our Care Team 1. These were supported by County Admin as well as Care Team 2. This has been an extremely successful program and one the community is strongly supported, in my opinion. We have presented on it statewide. A lot of jurisdictions are looking to model our program in their own. As many of you know, I know I've reported to Public Safety that RIT in Rochester is now studying the team. They receive funding from New York State Division of Criminal Justice Services. So they're studying that for the effectiveness and hopefully coming up with a way to spread that model across the state. I'll jump down to our boat. Again, I've mentioned before, that's reimbursable. The total boat cost is somewhere around, $182,000. We can, once purchased, get 50% back from state aid. We're anticipating getting a minimum of $13,000 by auctioning off our own boat, which is $91,000 roughly. So we were asking for $78,363. County admin supported $58,000, and we're hoping that difference of $20-some thousand we can hopefully get through revenue if it's approved. Safety, rescue, and emergency equipment. We requested to keep our $20,000 in that line. County administration recommended a reduction to $15,000. I can say last year we went over that budget line by $72.60. So we are hoping to possibly keep that if possible. It details in there, these are for ballistic shields, flashlights, less lethal communications, things of that nature. The last two program supplies and postage, reductions recommended by county admin. We have no issue with that.
Just answer questions.
That's our law enforcement division in a nutshell. So,
Well, thank you. Why don't we open it up for questions? I do want to mention that Travis Brooks, is another legislator, has joined us on Zoom. Questions? I have one. I hope we can figure out something about this boat. Last year we applied to reps for, I think, $80,000, and we never heard yes or no on that. I don't know whether you had any follow-up from our state legislators or not.
no, I have not, Mike.
Okay, well, I'm sorry we haven't heard, but maybe we should give them a phone call. I'll do that.
All right,
Thank
I
you.
appreciate that.
Randy?
Yeah, thank you. I have a few questions. So civil, is that like your administrative people?
No, civil is a separate division. That's the group that sits at the front window when you walk in.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Yeah, no, they handle all our civil processes, wage garnishments, pistol permits, things of that nature. And they also are our records management people.
I'm looking at the budget online here, and it looks like you're quite a bit under budget for that category.
Excuse me, Randy.
Randy, can you use your mic, please?
Sorry about
Thanks.
that. I noticed that you've only spent about half your budget so far this year. Were you fully staffed the whole year, or is that?
Yeah, we were fully staffed, absolutely. What line are you referring to?
This is regular pay?
We did have one open
Yeah.
position in a
Okay.
permit clerk position
short.
for a
It
couple
looks like
months.
you'd be under budget on that one. I guess that was my comment.
Yeah.
So, and then I'm looking at premium pay. And so is premium pay, and it's because it's not, now I'm looking at the actual, the next one down below, which is your, I'm getting to it. So this is the actual sheriff budget here. So I'm looking at salary and wages and whatnot, and your premium pay is about $1 million over your budget line. But your salary wages line is a lot less. So I assume that it's just, it's where the money is put, so to speak? Or?
It's the way payroll pulls it, and we've tried to work with them to see if we could align it more, but the way, my understanding is the way the payroll system works, it's more convenient for them to do it that way. So unfortunately, our monthly reports do look a little confusing, so we just have to make sure we're accounting for, premium pay and shift pay in our regular pay lines.
Okay. And there's no way we can change that in the budget system? It just, we just got to remember that, or?
No, I think it's just the way our financial system is set up. So we are hoping that with the upgrade to the .2 EFIN, we'll be able to fix that imbalance so that we can actually charge the right account for the right things. So it's something that we are aware of, that we're working with finance to right size and fix.
Okay, and on the, thank you, and on the CARE team, the data to justify that, that program, which I hear is good, but I haven't seen the numbers, but I'm sure you probably report to public safety those data numbers on how many people they're working with and whatnot.
Yeah,
So
we
if you
have
could-
an actual hub on our website that tracks some of that, so they create fill out a microfiche form that uploads right to our portal. So
Okay.
we do track some of that, and we're trying to build upon that in our process with working with our IT. So we're hoping to have,
That's right.
some kind of report from that that'll be more useful to us and the legislature.
Okay, maybe whatever you have, you can forward separately, so we, to
Yeah, I would
email.
take a look at our dashboard, and then we did work with Whole Health over the last couple of months to do a time study to see what the teams are doing and how we could better track, some of the anecdotal things that they're doing that we can't quantify and put on the dashboard.
Right. They actually made a presentation to the Community Service Board, Mental Health Service Board, and it was a good presentation. So appreciate that. And my last question is, I realize vehicles aren't part of your budget, but how is your fleet?
I was going to mention that at the end, so I'm glad you brought it up. I've only heard secondhand that, we were on schedule to get somewhere around 9 vehicles next year, and possibly that was reduced to 1. I would argue against that. We did that years ago, and it was a nightmare. We have a very established retention period and turnover for our vehicles, which are emergency vehicles for the most part. Not a good idea to get out of that, because we'll spend years trying to catch back up. I would prefer that we not do that if that's possible.
And electric vehicles aren't as reliable, or what are your concerns with electric vehicles?
Well, I mean, for patrol standpoint, they're not, I don't want to say they're not reliable, but they only have a short period of time they can operate before they need to be charged. We do have a charging station in our office now. We do have a vehicle that's electric, all electric, that we use for our airport security. Deputies are assigned to that. I think do we have one other hybrid maybe?
We have a couple hybrids,
Couple
but
hybrids,
we
yeah.
worked with Terry Carroll to study that, and he also recommended that they just aren't efficient at this point in time for road patrol. One, just because of this amount of area that we have to cover and the amount of charging stations that are around this area, but also because we have a hard time getting equipment to be able to keep in there, for like computers, upfitting of the vehicles. That just hasn't caught up yet, with the standard vehicle.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
Other questions? Ann Corman.
Yeah, since you mentioned vehicles, are you behind in your replacement schedule?
I don't think this year we currently are. We're fine now. Yeah.
We're a few maybe. We took a little bit of a hit this year.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Our captain of corrections, that
But
was one of them.
we're maintaining, but this would be significant.
So you're already behind at least
Yes.
a few vehicles?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I forgot about that one.
Anyone else?
I have one last question.
Okay.
So revenues for you folks, and you've got quite a few different things going on there. And I noticed that you've added navigation. Is that a new one, or is that just a different line item? It says navigation, 111,000 on your revenue.
Well, that would,
We built in the grant for the boat in that, and then we also get a small amount of funding to patrol the Marine Patrol.
Okay.
So I think I'm pretty sure that included what we anticipated half of the boat would cost, us bringing that in.
We get a canal grant that's given to us for patrolling the waters.
Okay. And I do have one last question. So do you have your own finance department that handles things, or do you deal all of your business directly with finance?
We deal directly with finance, and on our end, it's Megan Cook, our executive assistant, that does them back and forth.
Okay, thanks.
Dan Nolan.
Yeah, thanks for coming, guys. Just a quick question. Is the grant for the boat a reimbursement-based grant?
Yes,
Yes.
we would have
Okay,
to
so you'd have
purchase
to
it
purchase
up
it,
front.
okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? Norma.
This is not budget necessarily, but Sheriff, I just put the transparency portal on your page for your budget. So the online budget book will have his transparency portal. So if you want to look at their data, you can.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Norma.
Okay, why don't we go to your corrections division?
This is just a snapshot of our functional units within the corrections side. Again, it's the jail, the corrections, and then our mandate line for medical and boarding. Again, I won't bore you with reading all that unless you'd like me to. I think we're all familiar with these two functional units. Our FTE report, we're currently at 49.1. That's not a very small person with little work to do, that 0.1, but that's in regards to our psychiatrist, I think you said, that works part-time. We are asking for an increase of 2 in correction officers, and I'll get into that in just a moment. But just wanted to point out, your budget book may be slightly different. There's not funding in our lines for jail forensic counselor trainee or the jail cook position. The jail counselor trainee position was something we added a while back when we had somebody we were trying to segue into that job. And the jail cook position, there's been some change there since we switched to an outside vendor to contract for our jail food. So that just may be a little bit different from what you're seeing. We've seen quite a bit of increase in our inmate population over the last year or so, quite a fluctuation. We've talked about it with public safety quite frequently, and just general cost with the economy. We also had a recent staffing analysis thrust upon us by the Commission of Corrections, and we have some overtime issues that are starting to surface. To break these down, as you know, we have a new contract going into next year with our correction officers, the Correction Officer Association. That's reflected in overtime. In talking about the addition of 2 more COs, we have in here almost $89,000 in overtime increases. If we were to get the 2 new COs, we're estimating we'd probably cut that by 50%. We are at the max with overtime. As you may recall, over the last several years, we've really tightened up that overtime line and reduced it over and over again, and we're pretty much at our max right now. And I don't see us going any further in savings in that area. Office furnishings, that's not something we're fighting against, for lack of a better words. Ammunition, increase in ammunition costs. Again, this is just for correction side. Increase in clothing allowance, that's due to our contract. There was a slight increase in the new contract to reflect increased costs of uniforms. And again, telephone expenses are increased. Increase of $10,000 for fuel for our fleet for the correction side. We've also seen increase in costs for prisoner clothing. Prices are going up. Office supplies, increase in paper usage due to cap arraignments. We produce a lot of paper now for that we didn't used to. Pretty meager, $2,000. Service contracts, we have new software that we have to use now to track our medications for inmates. That's an increase of $1,600. We've seen an increase in our maintenance costs on vehicles for the correction side and the road patrol, $15,000. That should be reflected in highways budget for revenue for them. And then a modest increase of just under $5,000 for program supplies for our inmate population. Lastly, professional services, we have an increase in that, which was supported by county administration, and an increase in our medical supplies, which also includes boarding of prisoners. Boarding out any inmate now, it typically was $80 a day. It's gone up to at least $100 a day from other jails. I'd also add that Sublocade that we provide for our inmate population to help them beat addiction. That's $2,500 a shot. And we've seen a pretty substantial usage, an increase in usage by our inmate population, which is a good thing. We also are seeing not enough funds coming through OASIS to cover that through that program. I'll hit Trinity Food Services first. We actually had savings from our jail cook positions because Trinity is now providing some staff. We still have a head cook, but we don't have a need for part-time cooks that we used to have due to using Trinity. So that's just a total increase of $4,500 in our food line, which food is always going up, it seems. Lastly, this is my priority if I was to take both sides of our operation, the 2 additional correction officer positions. We haven't done anything as far as staffing in our jail, going back as far as I can remember. The commission recently came out just at the end of August, and they did this after I was already going to ask you for 2 new positions, requiring us to add a CO to our overnight shift and 1 to our day shift, which is a pretty heavy lift. As I mentioned, our overtime line is maxed out for this year. It's right where it needs to be, but there's not a nickel left in it. We're seeing quite a bit of increased workload due to CAP, which is a wonderful program. It helps law enforcement and public safety in a multitude of ways, so it's well worth the investment. At some point, we've been talking through public safety in my conversations with Rich John. We want to add some space and also add some staffing down the road so we can invite Ithaca Police into the CAP program. We just don't have the staffing or the cell space to include them right now. And I can tell you that the courts are really pushing hard for that. So at some point it's going to come. We've also seen quite an increase in our inmate programming. As you know, we got our jail program up and running again this year after a long decline after COVID. Our religious programming is increased. Seeing an inability to continue our cleaning program due to staff that's suffering. We received a grant for some $40,000 worth of equipment that hasn't been used lately just because we don't have the staff to run the program. And I think more importantly and lastly, due to the nature of the work, we all know it's a very, very difficult job. We always seem to be we're better than every other jail in New York State where everybody is suffering big time with staff shortages. You know, I'm proud we've really kept our numbers up there and retained good staff and recruited good staff. I'd like to keep that going. You just passed a really great new contract with corrections. I think that's going to go a huge ways. But time off for people in the jail is always a struggle. So not only are these 2 positions somewhat required by the commission, but it really would give us a lot of elbow room in there to support our staff there. So I can't say enough. I really hope we can figure out a way to make that happen. Because we got a good thing going now in our jail, and they deserve it. So that's all I have to say on that. And this slide is everything I just talked about. So the last 2 things on there, departmental equipment, communication equipment, those were cuts recommended by county administration, and we have no problem with those. That's it.
Thank you. We got questions. The first one I have is Deborah Dawson, then Shauna Black.
Thank you. Thanks, Derek. Thanks, Jen. I have several questions. On your sheriff's office jail mandate, this is the board out in medical services mandate. There's a service contract for $137,990 that wasn't in previous year's budgets. Could you tell me what that's for?
Yes. So
Use your microphone, please. Thank you.
yes, so that number was actually in our professional services line. So I separated it and actually put those service contracts in a service contract line to make it better to track and budget for future years.
Okay, thank you. And then you have in the adopted budget, which I guess is just the consolidated budget, there's an increase in other supplies of $111,384. What is that all about?
I'll have to pull it up.
That's in the budget book there.
Yeah, it's on page 260 of the budget book, but I guess that doesn't help you if you're using the one online.
Get you an answer.
Yep.
Okay.
You talking about the jail?
Yeah, the jail.
Supplies. Yeah, I'm not sure what actually makes up that entire line, so we don't have like an other supplies, so in the budget book, it combines them all together.
I guess if Norma, if they could
Yeah.
explain what encompasses other supplies, we don't have a line that says other supplies.
Yeah, and I assume that a big chunk of that may be the medical supplies that you
Yeah, so
referenced,
if
but.
they could tell us what makes up that other supplies, I'm sure we could explain it.
Right.
Yes, I think last week or a couple of weeks when I was on here, I know there was a lot of emphasis on the consolidated budget. So the consolidated budget basically combine all the functional units.
Right.
And because you're looking on the paper, in the electronic version of the budget, you may be able to click on it and bring down what the other supplies, other lines are. But if we look at the individual functional unit, that's what breaks down the details. Sometimes the consolidated line just shows a huge number, but the breakdown will be different. But so
Well, $111,000 is a fairly
Absolutely.
substantial increase.
yes.
The majority of that increase is due to the new food contract. So you have, your food contract is increased. But under other supplies, there's office supplies, automotive fuel, program supplies, printing, books, education, promotion, clothing, food, ammunition, medical supplies, and, that's that.
Okay.
But I think it's probably mostly because of the food contract.
Yeah, but the food contract should be under contract, shouldn't it? Not, well, okay.
I'll let them answer that.
And then I guess I hate to put you on the spot, Derek, but I'm going to do it anyway. You said that the one thing that was most important to you for these 2 units was these extra corrections officers. So would you trade the boat for a correction officer?
I hate to say that.
Well, I know,
Be angry
and
that
I
you
hate to ask you, but this is not a year where everybody's going to
yeah.
get
If I had to
everything
pick,
on
I
their
would
Christmas
yeah,
list.
exactly. And if I had to pick, I would take the people over the boat or anything else.
Good to know. Thank you.
Shauna?
Thank you. I had a question on the boat and the people. I've actually been out on the lake a lot lately, and I am very, very happy to see that the sheriff's boat has been out quite often. And I know we've had a lot more incidents that have happened on the lake, from boating accidents to people that have gone missing, and search and recovery missions. And so I could definitely see the need for updating that vessel. With that said, I do hear your concern about the corrections officers. And I wanted to know, I know that our census in the jail has gone up and down so much, even since this summer. Mm-hmm. This summer we were very full house. We were outboarding. I know that due to the prisons being on strike, we were keeping a lot of our people that were on state parole. And so I wanted to ask a question. Even whenever our census is low, are they asking that we increase our staffing? Because I believe yesterday we heard that the census was around, was it 57 in Tuesday's meeting?
Yeah, it's been hovering right around there, Shauna. And my response to that is our staffing is directed by the number of posts we have in the facility. It doesn't matter how many inmates we have or don't have. We have to staff the posts. The only time we don't staff a post is if there's nobody housed in that unit, which is very infrequently, because as we know, we already have a limited ability to separate people within our facility just due to the size and the layout. So yeah, it really has nothing to do with that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I just want to mention that we have been joined by legislator Veronica Pillar. Randy?
Yeah, I heard you on the radio talking about how difficult it is to work with people under 18 years old, and there's no place to put them. What are your thoughts on that? And I don't see anything in the budget for that, or is that going to be something that is going to continue the way it's done now.
Well, that's a good point. With Raise the Age, the issues we've been having is we can't house juveniles in the jail anymore. We have to have site separation, which means, because we don't have that space, that they're oftentimes sitting in our investigative division in our interview and interrogation room, which is not ideal. They would be more comfortable and happier being in a jail cell, I hate to say. And that is very staff intensive to supervise them in that situation, and it seems like they've been increasing more and more and more for whatever reason. An increase in our jail staffing, I would prefer to use correction officers to supervise them rather than investigators and road patrol deputies where we're taking people off the road. So yes, that's a good point that, you know, with an increase in correction officers, I would prefer to use those in those situations as well.
Thank you.
Couple of questions, Derek. I wondered, the food service, do they prepare food in your kitchen or do they bring it in?
They prepare it in our kitchen. Some items do come in already halfway prepared and then they finish it up in our jail kitchen. Yeah, they order from the same source we ordered on our own. The problem we were having, Mike, is that with the two, we couldn't staff the cook positions. We had 2 part-timers in addition to our full-time cook, and people either couldn't pass the background investigation, they are working in a secure setting, or they would refuse to participate in the background investigation. And we tried and tried and tried to recruit, and we just had no success in that area. So we thought we'd try, you know, the Trinity route that most jails around here do use. It's been hit and miss as far as success in that program, so we'll see. We're going to try it this year, and maybe if we're not happy with it, we'll go back to the other way. So,
okay. So is there a? You talked about the contract in your budget. Is there a corresponding reduction in the or a vacancy of these 2 cooks that can compensate for that?
No, the Trinity contract was actually more costly than us doing it ourselves. So by getting rid of those 2 part-time cook positions, that money went towards that contract.
Yeah, so it did offset. So us switching to Trinity is actually only costing us a little less than $5,000 because we reduced the 2 part-time jail cook positions, which was a total salary and fringe of around $83,000. So switching to Trinity, it's only cost us about $5,000, and they do supply a full-time jail cook.
Right.
That contract includes that.
That's good to understand. Thank you. The other question I have is something I've always been concerned about, and that is when we hear your jail statistics, there's usually a couple of board outs. And I'm wondering, is it still that those are principally women being boarded out?
Yeah, I mean, historically, due to, again, the size and the layout of our jail, it's always tends to be females that are the first to go. It's not always, but it does tend to be females more than males, unfortunately.
I'll keep my speech not having to do with you, but having to do with the someday update of the jail.
Yeah, it's
to talk more about that, but thank you for confirming that.
It's not equal, for sure.
No, I know, I understand. It's been that way for too many years, long before Derek was sheriff.
Right.
Other questions? Well, thank you all. This has been helpful to us, and we thank you for coming in and for your preparation.
Thank you.
I know, we'll look into that, Deb, and try to send you a follow-up email, just to break
I'd
it
appreciate that.
down.
I mean, if we could figure out some places to trim extra money and get you those corrections officers, I hope we can do that.
We'll work on that.
All right.
We have printouts of the staffing report from the commission. If anybody's interested, I would also be happy to email it to you if it's of any use to you. I'll leave them here. Thank you.
We're going to go next to emergency response. Michael Steitley and Jessica Burfus. Better than being sweated out of here like we were the other day.
Yeah, I know, I remember. Oh, that's good.
floor is yours whenever you're ready.
Sure, we're just getting set up.
That's
So
all
as,
right.
as Jessica pulls up the presentation, let me just introduce the team here tonight. So to my left is John Halachek, our Assistant Director of 911. I'm sure everybody knows Jessica Verfus, our Deputy Director. And we're also joined tonight by Danielle Schwartz, she'll be speaking to an enhancement that we had put in for, and she's really a subject matter expert on that, so I've asked her to come here tonight. And also during that conversation later will be Ruby from HR. So thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to present tonight, and we look forward to the conversation. So Jessica will be kicking us off and going through the slides, and then depending on the topic at hand, any one of us might answer it. So we're trying to do things a little bit different by bringing our whole team here, because each person here has a different expertise, and we thought it would be much better for you to hear directly from the leadership in the department that has a certain responsibility.
All right. So as you can see, this is our department purpose. It's actually, when we got the slides, it's actually word for word what's in the budget book. We provide consolidated 911 services for the entire county, and manage the emergency services communication system, emergency management, planning, fire coordination services and training, rapid medical response, and now new this year, unarmed security for certain county buildings. Currently, this budget has, I'll get into this a little bit later, this budget has been separated into different functional units, which is new for us. We've traditionally only had 2, now we have 5. And we've done that so that we can better keep track of expenses for each division. Now we have 911 division, which includes 26 personnel. As you know, we have our alternate 911 center recently opened, and a myriad of other additional services and constituents that we serve. Coming up in the next year plus will be Next Gen 911. Mandated by New York State and federal government. We also have rapid medical response, which includes currently 10 personnel, 4 vehicles, one of which is a reserve vehicle that gets swapped out when maintenance is needed. Countywide security, currently we have 2 personnel with a half-time position that is unfilled. Of course, that's new this year, and will be expanded in next year's budget. Actually, for the remainder of this year as well. I think you've done interviews, correct?
Well, for the .5 position, yeah, we made an offer today for the part-time position.
Okay. We also have emergency communications, which manages our radio communication system, includes 2 personnel, 10 towers, over 3,500 radio subscribers, and equipment. And those 10 towers includes all the tower site buildings, which includes all of the things that buildings come with, HVAC, electric, all of that stuff. And we also have our emergency management admin division, which includes 6 personnel. However, we also have our RACES team, which includes 26 volunteers and 2 volunteer fire coordinators. And we manage roughly 15 grants. It varies depending on which grants are open, at a value of about $2.8 million. These are the people that we support, all of the towns, villages in the city, all of the fire departments, all of the EMS agencies, law enforcement, various state agencies, all of the well, not all of the school districts, most of the school districts, plus TCAT and all of the other multiple county departments that we've brought onto our radio system, and help with planning and emergencies that happens, all the large-scale incidents and community events. For our FTEs, I know it looks like there's a lot new, But because of the RMR program being a 2-year OTR that is ending this year, the addition of the 4.5 FTE, it's actually 5.55 FTE with the per diem, the accounting for the per diem. So it looks like it's a lot, but it's really just a continuation of the maintenance of effort. The security division will be increasing by 4.5 to bring up that half-time to a full-time and the addition of 4 people. And
Pardon me, I just want to say RMR is Rapid Medical Response.
Yes.
We just like to say acronyms.
Correct.
For transparency, thanks.
This slide does not include the positions that were not supported in our request. So really, this just reflects the needs of the department as it grows and all the demands of the agencies that we support. Like I said earlier, we have added new functional units to help keep track of costs within each division and ensure appropriate budgeting within each. I do want to make a note that our grant funding, we have been notified that there is a possibility of being reduced by 40% for our federal grants. That's not for certain yet. We have not gotten word from New York State on what New York State's portion of federal funding will be. They are working on that. Whether or not the state makes up some of the difference remains to be seen. I do know DHSES is working very hard to try and get some of that money back. And that is not reflected in this budget. Any grants that we don't already have open, I did not budget for, or any grants that we know are not from the state, I did not budget for. For our maintenance of effort budget, Rapid Medical Response, we have asked for this program as it currently stands with 1 program manager and the 9 EMTs, 3 of which are part-time, 3 of which are per diem. The only real increase for this program was the addition of a computer for the 4th vehicle and the increase in fuel costs, which is kind of across the board. Within our emergency communications division, it includes software needed for programming. As you know, we've received a big grant for radios to give to some of our fire departments, and our team has been provided training in order to do the programming in-house rather than send it out, but there is a need for the software. And with our department increasing in personnel, there remains an increased need for equipment. It also accounts for some contractual increases. Within our 911 division, I'm sure John will probably have some more to say, but what was not supported was our program expense ask and the travel training ask. It is, with the split in functional units, some of that was taken out of our normal, what was our normal operating budget for 2025 and moved into the 911 program. What we asked for equated to a total of $400 per person. What we are left with, when you take out the portion that was not supported, was $69 per person for travel and training. This will leave us unable to fund some necessary training that includes active shooters and mental health diversion protocols, amongst other things. The program expense at a cost of $12,215 was also not supported. This helps us get the equipment and meet the needs of the dispatchers in the dispatch center. So for our emergency management and administration budget, travel training, like I said, we split it apart and into the other divisions. Communications division does not have a program expense or travel training, and the RMR program stayed the same. They have a program expense, but they don't have travel training. What was not moved into those other functional units remains in our admin unit. Overall, the $11,738 total for admin communications RMR leaves us with a $3,500 deficit in travel training for the department. This does not include the addition of the security training, which we know our security officers are going to need some certification training. But ultimately, that equates to only $650 per person for travel training. Program expense, again, our overall combined program expense, excluding 911 and security, equates to a reduction of almost $6,000. That does not include the program expense equated to our grants functional unit, because that ends up being a zero-based budget. What comes in goes out, or I should say what goes out comes in. So that was excluded from this number. Really what's hurt us is the reduction in the human resources training budget. Because we no longer are able to draw from that budget, we are having to use our own to support travel training. And this is just the breakdown of what we just talked about. It's kind of long because there's so much related to rapid medical response. So there's, I think, 3 slides of this. What was new in our request and was not supported is 2 emergency services dispatchers. And John, I'm going to let you handle this one.
Sure. So our ask in this year's budget was for 2 additional emergency services dispatcher positions. And some of the things that underpin this ask is we are seeing an increased call volume. And when I say call volume, I do not mean dispatch calls for service by first responders. I mean purely calls incoming to the 911 center that need to be asked by our staff, whether they are 911, whether they are 7-digit lines, whether they are after-hours needs, administrative lines, so on and so forth. That total data is projecting 18 to 25% up at the end of this year. Last year, we finished out at around 139,000 calls to the 911 center across that spectrum. We are already mid-September at 141,000. So that is a significant operational need that we need to satisfy. Second point here is on the general staffing of the 911 center, our minimum staffing, so to make a go of handling all business on any given shift, we are still at a minimum staffing level of 3 dispatchers and a supervisor. Now, as I understand, that's where we came in over 20 years ago. That number is not sustainable. We are looking to go to minimum staffing of 4 dispatchers and a supervisor. We had done a staffing analysis back in 2022. At the time in the 2023 budget, the county granted 2 additional dispatch positions. So we are halfway to where we need to be to increase that minimum staffing level from 3 to 4, which underpins the ask in the budget. As far as dispatchable events, so calls for service that you hear go out that are police, fire, EMS related, the predicted increase in those dispatchable events, just in doing some late this week statistics, comprehensively or collectively rather, they're going to go up across all disciplines by 5 to 10% by the end of the year. Additionally to that, increased training standards. So the state of New York undertook a comprehensive look at the previous New York State 911 Board, now the State Interoperable Emergency Communications, took a look at the standards that existed and presented a overhaul in October of 2024 that was approved and is now in effect as of February of 2025. I will say the standard is exceptionally robust. There are multiple sections that point to various types of training, whether it be generic or specific or specialized, that are now being mandated by the PSAP to provide. And then we have the largest one of all, which is Next Gen 911. State has undertaken this statewide project. It's going to be multi-year. The initial focus is on statewide interconnectivity as far as mapping and location of calls for service are concerned. But it is not limited to that scope. It is going to touch interoperable radio communications. It is going to touch integrated CAD systems across multiple agencies, whether interlocal, regional, or statewide. And then the enhancements that live within that system are all new technologies, which they too will require additional training on the part of our personnel. And then lastly, some of the other asks of the 911 Center that are either here or are coming in the very near future. We have taken on probation. They live on our radio system now. So there are increased transmissions as far as probation is concerned on top of our other law enforcement agencies. We've been asked to partner with Raven, which is the gunshot detection system, crisis response team, mental health diversion, reimagining public safety. I call that out specifically because we did receive some additional information yesterday that the city of Ithaca is looking to bring that program live sometime in 2026. It will definitely touch 911 operations. Important to think about is as that unit is stood up and operationalized, where do those units live as far as radio communications, and what are the procedures that are going to be developed to assign those units to calls? Now, part of that initiative is unarmed response. If calls are moved away from a traditional law enforcement response to that unit, that will afford armed response units to do other things. Generally, it's been my experience in my career that the first thing that you do see is usually an uptick in traffic stops, but not limited to. It is going to free them up to do other work. If that other work comes in and we've already added this unarmed response component, I need 2 dispatchers to make a go of that. And then to round that out, depending on what the EMS expansion looks like, once the study comes back at the end of the month, the creation and standing up of the security division and an increase in weather events that go over multiple hours that place us in a position that we may need to recall staff. I really do need those 2 dispatch positions to make this work.
Thanks, John. So I'll kick this off. So one of the other enhancements that we had requested was for a county peer support coordinator. We have Danielle Schwartz here that is our data analyst, but also has developed an impressive peer support program. This was a collaborative effort with Human Resources, so I appreciate Ruby being here today to talk about it. I am going to turn it over to Danielle in a moment, but this is something we're very passionate about. Danielle's done an incredible job, And so we're just going to have her and Ruby speak to this shared endeavor.
I'm here again. As a part of the strategic plan report, there was an objective that was housed under HR to expand the mental health well-being of the county. We were encouraged because DOER already has a model program that we could use. So with the decrease in training and traveling funds, but the addition of our training and development coordinator, we were able to pair the two up together to start working out the aspects of this program. The strategic plan, you know, there were several objectives. This was one that was reachable. It was something that we could start on immediately and make some sort of report, some sort of progress in. And I say progress because that objective really addressed some of the needs that we had been experiencing in HR regarding employee relations, labor relations. So we were trying to tackle those in the best way we can. And with the help of Danielle and DOER, they're starting the groundwork for this program to expand not just from DOER to mental health, to DSS, caseworkers, and to all employees who are experiencing some sort of trauma and stress. Because we know that trauma and stress generally ends up, if not addressed, it ends up as a disciplinary issue in HR. So we're trying to address that with this program. So with that being said, yeah.
Thank you, Ruby. Good evening. As we have seen post-pandemic, we are seeing a significant uptick in what the human service providers and first responders are encountering on a daily basis. We have 28 departments within Tompkins County, and departments that we don't typically think would be having these kind of traumatic encounters are indeed having these traumatic encounters. And there's no mechanism in place currently that can meet the individuals where they are and render the necessary assistance. We do have the EAP program, however, it has limitations. It can be very difficult to get an individual from EAP to come into the county and facilitate any kind of mental health debriefing. And it's also difficult because when somebody does call into EAP, they are talking to a faceless, nameless voice. And if we all think about it honestly, how open and honest are we going to be with somebody? As opposed to when you're having an in-person conversation, you can read the body language, you can see the red flags. When you ask, how are you doing? And you're met with, I'm fine, you can tell if it's a genuine I'm fine or not. Whole Health recently did a survey, and in that survey, 67% of employees reported at least one symptom of burnout, and 25% reported persistent symptoms that would not resolve. Of those, they also were asked if you are planning to leave in the next year, why? Burnout was the #1 reason. So burnout is cited as a leading reason that employees leave. So when you traditionally think about perhaps any department that you might not think that has much public interaction, where there could be trauma or vicarious trauma, which is something that happens when somebody shares with you a traumatic event. You don't typically think, but that doesn't mean that it's not there. And as much as we would like to think that we can keep personal and professional separate, that doesn't always happen. We have a bad day at home and it carries over to work. We have a really bad day at work and it carries over. And if we don't have a partner or a significant other that understands the work we do, it can be very hard. First responders, they don't want to share what we see, what we hear, what we endure on a regular basis. So we aren't serving them by not having the resources here. So we were asked to bring back the CISM team. So we brought back the CISM team.
Can you just explain what that is, please?
The CISM team is Critical Incident Stress Management. So if there is a very traumatic call and the responders are beyond being able to try and cope with it on their own, or they're starting to show signs that it is taxing how they usually deal with stress, they can call in the CISM team, and we bring all the involved parties together, fire, law, EMS, dispatch, and we talk everything out. Because who better to know what a baseline for somebody is than the people that you work with every single day? So there was a study that was done, the first of its kind, by the Institute for Disaster and Mental Health, and it revealed that New York State first responders were 4 times more likely to have suicidal ideations than the general public. And that's because the general public will have anywhere from 1 to 3 critical incidents their entire life, whereas a first responder can have anywhere from 500 to 800 over a 20-year career. And if you think about everything that they're seeing, they're hearing, they're enduring, and it's traditionally a culture of suck it up and deal with it, but that doesn't work. So we have been working very, very hard to break that glass ceiling and break the stigma so that people understand it's okay not to be okay. And we want to be a place that supports employees. We want to have the peer support network so when somebody is having a difficult time at work, they have somebody that they can meet with in person that understands the culture of the workplace, of the county, and has a better understanding of what's going on, and then be able to give them resources that will actually help them. So one of the big things is cultural competence, understanding the culture and what is going to be able to help somebody the most. So in doing this, there's actually a study that shows that investing in support for current employees is more cost-effective than hiring. And the estimated return is $4 on every $1 that is spent.
Thank you, Danielle. And I just also want to point out in that same study, we got this study yesterday, but thoughts of suicidal ideation amongst first responders, some interesting data. Amongst emergency managers, so I'll just touch on the ones that we have in our department. 12% have suicidal ideation. Fire, 14%. Law enforcement, 15%. EMS, 20%. And emergency communication, 911 dispatchers are at the highest with 21%. So, thank you very much. Okay. So the last enhancement that we had asked for that they couldn't, that administration wasn't able to support, but we are going to advocate here for tonight, was for a service referred to as comm center specialist. It's a maintenance contract for our new 911 equipment. That amounts to about $7,000 a year between the 8 stations we have at Dewar, Brown Road, and our 4 stations over at Pine Tree. This would be the service that they come in and they maintain it and clean it, because it is, if you haven't seen it, I invite you to come up, but it's not just a desk. It's very complicated equipment, and in order for us to maintain our warranty, we have to have the service agreement. So.
These 2 enhancements that were not supported, we are willing to delay it until 2027. The first would be a CAD system specialist. This specific position was requested by TCOG and supported by County ITS, whose primary duty would be countywide addressing. We have a persistent problem within the county and in part some of our surrounding counties with addressing. Currently, municipalities are responsible for addressing. However, some of that ends up not translating properly within the GIS system at the county level or within mapping, within CAD. This position would help address that situation and additionally help support the communication system and give us some depth with our CAD system specialists. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I
Go ahead.
take Mindbase, or if you want to take it. But so the other enhancement that we asked for was a product called Mindbase. We're not advocating here for it tonight. We do respect the decision by county admin, but we still think it's important for you to know it, know what it's about, and how it would be a tool that we can help identify at-risk first responders. But essentially what the software does is it uses AI technology to evaluate the types of calls that specific first responders respond to, and then provide that data to their supervisor so we can help identify if they're at high risk for some form of mental health crisis, or the fact that they might need peer support. But again, we do recognize that the various asks that we did submit can't necessarily be supported, but it's still important for us to share, what our vision is for our first responder community.
And this slide just outlines all of those things that we just discussed with the dollar amounts equated to them. We had talked about this before, the countywide security program that was recommended within the budget, all the dollar amounts here. I do want to make note that the original slides, and I don't know if it's in the budget, it was labeled at 4 security officers. It's actually 4.5 to bring that half-time one up to a full-time one. Are there any questions?
Well, I'm sure there will be. Great. Let's start with
I don't have a
quickie, because I've got Shauna's been waiting for a while.
I'm sorry, this is super quick. It was just noted that the paper book is missing the security and the grant. And we are correcting that right now. The online book is updated. I could do that pretty quickly. So I just wanted you to all know, we just recognize that, but the total consolidated budget is accurate.
Go to Shauna.
Thank you. I just want to say that I've been on the legislature almost 8 years, and the position that I saw tonight I am most excited about is the peer coordinator. This is a position that I think we have probably needed since the inception of DUER and our sheriff's department. I know for the 4 hours that I hung out with the dispatchers, there were 2 suicide calls that they were dispatching. And then there was another call where they were dealing with extreme mental health crisis. And I went home that night and I just couldn't believe what our dispatchers, the heavy heart that they must go home with on a daily basis. And then I did the ride along with our sheriff's department, and to hear about one of our deputies who within the first week of him working, a brand new deputy who had just come out of academy, was faced with being the first person to the scene of a teenager that was killed. And then within the same week, he was also called to a drowning of a husband and wife. And, whenever you think about these horrific things that are happening to people, and how our staff at the end of an 8-hour, 10-hour shift has to go home to their family, I can't imagine how they do that daily. And so I really hope that we can support that position. The one question that I did have is, we're going to be opening up Code Blue Shelter soon, and wanted to see if we're going to go in-house for security for that, or if we're doing that out of house.
I can answer that. We are hoping to identify a service provider who will be in charge of that. So we are hoping to leverage everything to the service provider to make that determination, so that we don't burden the county internal resources for that.
Okay, thank you.
Randy Brown.
I have a lot of questions, but I don't want to ask them all. I just want to point a few things out. Department of Emergency Response does a lot of great things, but the budget is increased over 50% in 3 years, so it's a big number. So, and that means something else can't be funded, right? But I'm looking at your revenues, and you may have touched on this, but your revenues for this year looks like they're estimated at 3.1 million roughly. But so far you've pulled in 585,000. But next year you're looking at reducing those revenues to 2 million. Is that because you've changed, you mentioned you're changing the categories and trying to align things better? Is that the reason for that, or is that?
No, that has to do with multi-year grants and the year in which we bring the funds in. And some of that also has to do with accepting grants in the middle of the year, which ultimately changes our budget. It'll change, like we just accepted a grant the other day for $47,000. And that will ultimately change our budget for 2025, bringing in more revenue than was originally budgeted.
Plus the 500,000 that we just brought in as well.
Yes,
Yep.
and that was a huge one, was $500,000 grant. So it's just the nature of grants and when they come in and when they're accepted and how it gets brought in within a particular year.
Who manages looking at your budget on an ongoing basis? Is that a team of people? Right?
It's us. So Jessica does the majority of the work on the budget, but I meet weekly with our admin staff to go over the budget, make sure we're on track, to see if we have any gaps. But it's really me, Jess, and our admin, our administrative assistant.
Thank you. You mentioned the call volume going up, and I think you mentioned a similar story last year. Yep. That the volumes were going up. On your website, does it show where the change in those calls are? Like percentage in the city, how much is in Newfield? Does that data readily available? Or?
I don't know that it exists on the website. However, I can tell you where the projections are pointing. As far as fire discipline specific calls, the numbers are trending to indicate about a 4% increase in overall fire calls for service within the county at the end of this year. Both police and EMS calls, based on the data run on Monday, are trending towards an 8 to 9% increase in each discipline.
Most of that data is probably within our TomStat report that gets submitted to public safety.
Okay, I'm not on that committee, but I'll ask for somebody for that. So, and is it fairly current?
We submit
every month. Okay, great, thank you. The reason for my question was because I could be assuming completely wrong, but the growth would be primarily in the city, would be my assumption, and I could be completely wrong about that.
So again, depending on how you're looking at it, and law enforcement is the best one to look at as far as the breakdown. Indeed, the city will be the #1 driver of that increase, followed closely by the sheriff's office and then the state police. Of note, in running the numbers the other day, the village of Trumansburg has already doubled their annual call volume from last year to this year. I can't speak as to the why behind that, but nonetheless, their calls for service have doubled. Also in looking at TC3 numbers, to the extent that the 911 center is involved in any of that processing, that number has quadrupled from last year to this year. So there are some interesting sub-trends there, but the largest 3 law enforcement agencies that we dispatch for in the county are the primary driver for that. On the EMS side, it's the nature of EMS overall. Historically, going back to the beginning when I started, the trends were that EMS call volume was going up 5 to 7.5% annually. It now seems like that number is living between 7.5% and 9% annually. There are many different factors that underpin why that call volume is going up. Nonetheless, as we see generationally people getting older, the likelihood is that they are going to need EMS resources because medical events will happen. And that definitely is driving the uptick, and we will probably see that continue over the next decade.
Yeah, I told my 90-year-old mother, just call me. Don't call 911. I'll take you to the hospital if you really want to go. But it worked half the time. The other thing, one of the enhancement is additional security officers, 4 new security officers, and that's primarily for all of our legislature meetings. Is that correct?
Well, that's one piece, but built into that resolution would also be staffing Brown Road, whole health at Brown Road, so that's a piece of it as well, but there is a piece here, yes.
And so it's the new enhancement would be for all committee meetings as well here.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
Deborah. Oh, you want to say something? Sorry. Deborah.
Yeah, thank you. So you had a slide where you described all of the various municipalities, schools, institutions that you provide services for. Are you mandated to provide the services that you do for free? And if not, is there some mechanism by which we could recover some of the costs of the services that you provide?
I mean, that's a tough thing. That's really a tough question to answer. I think we are mandated to provide 911 services. I think that's part of our mission. When it comes to some of the support that we provide as far as the radio system, I think that that's been ingrained in just what we've done since the beginning of the Consolidated Dispatch Center. We don't currently charge for those services, but we certainly are saving them money by providing those services.
It should be noted that those other outside entities and even fire departments and law enforcement agencies purchase their own radios. We just are adding them to our system. We don't maintain their radios, they do.
Is there staff involved in that?
Yes, so we have one individual his full-time position is to be that systems manager. And then we have another position, it's called a CAT specialist position, and he's primarily responsible for the CAT system, but what we've learned in the last transition of our systems manager, we really needed to have somebody that could start to learn it because it's very complex. So the CAT specialist is putting time in also into the systems administration to learn that trade, if you will. And quite frankly, just because of the demand of time, we really needed to have 2 people. So they manage their time well, and we seem to be handling it well.
But those are, that staff service, that cost of staff is something that we're providing to other municipalities and organizations.
Yes. Yes.
What I would add, and Lee, perhaps you can speak to this from many years ago, when this body stood up the EROC committee, is there anything in historical as far as EROC is concerned that spoke to this monetary piece? Because I think you would have to take a look at how that was founded and what was agreed to way back when, and that may answer some of Deborah's questions as well.
I'd have to really think about that, but key to it was standardization to make sure that there was uniformity in the equipment, and part of it had to do with the high level of federal grants that came in to buy those radios. I think over $1 million, 2 COPS grants that supported it. And one thing we did not want was to put all of the county agencies and departments out on their own procuring multiple different types of radios that would have to be supported. So there was a cost savings, or at least an efficiency that was there. The other part had to do with the use of the surcharge monies, which have declined, and I've noted you're down to 400,000, which is about a third less than what it used to be.
For those that don't know, New York State helps themselves to the 911 surcharge money, and it goes into the general fund, and then we get a portion back. So that's an important.
Just another instance of
Yes.
New York State helping themselves. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, and the bonding was another key part of it. So it was pretty intricate 20 years ago. So.
Yeah, and frankly, it does make sense because we do have continuity with communications. It really prevents different agencies from going out and getting equipment that doesn't match our system. And we're going through that now with the current radio project, that if we didn't have that vision back in 2004, we'd probably be in a lot worse shape than we do now.
Anyone else? Randy, again.
One last question, I promise. So I'm looking at your revenue totals now, and are you going to reach what your budget plan was?
Some of that revenue is grants, right, Jess?
Yes.
Right. And the only real revenue that we bring in is through our tower leases, and that's about $134,000 a year. And we just signed a new contract, and we'll start generating some revenue off of that. And what I mean by that is, so we have 10 911 tower sites throughout the county, and we can lease space on those tower sites to, say, like a T-Mobile or an AT&T. We're working on one right now with a firm that does work with the SEC. We're working on another one for a broadband carrier. So there's two right now that are in the hopper that we're just working through. And we'll probably have that, hopefully on the books by April of next year. But for the most part, outside of grants, that's about all the revenue that we're able to generate through our department.
Thank you.
Well, all of you, we appreciate your coming in, enlightening us on all these issues. It's a fast-growing department. We know that because there's so much need out there for the things that you do for us.
We also brought copies of the staffing study that John referenced. If anybody would like that, we can leave that packet here. We did bring one for everybody at the table.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next presentation is our Office for the Aging. Lisa Monroe. I believe Rodney and Tyler are with her. Tyler's not here, but Karen is.
What's that? Yeah, that's all right.
Thank you.
Hey, Karen's actually going to start sharing, but in the meantime, thank you for having us tonight. I want to introduce our fiscal coordinator, Rodney Main, and our deputy director, Karen Bullis. Let me know when. I can't see anything with my glasses on that way. So you can go. The first slide's just us, some of our group. It's not everybody, but it's some of us. So our department purpose, really our mission is to assist older adults and persons with long-term care needs to live independently in their homes and communities with quality of life and dignity. As the point of entry into aging services in Tompkins County, we provide objective, unbiased assistance, referrals, and information regarding the array of services available for older adults. This is the mission-driven core services include nutrition, supportive services, caregiver services, health and wellness, and elder rights. And in your budget books, this is really broken down into the following categories. Supportive services, food, and expanded in-home services. Within those categories, the functional units, the names aren't very clear, so I added a lot of detail and some context and explanation of what each functional unit is and the service area that it funds. I apologize for making your budget book longer than it already is, because there was a lot of words there. To continue in that, within our purpose, within those core services and categories and functional lines, we administer 28 different programs. We have 26 contracts and 14 subcontractors, 22 different funding streams, 9 federal, 9 state, 3 local, interdepartmental, and 1 private grant. And all of these in the services that we provide are aligns with the county plans, including our equity indicators, which falls under the nutrition, food access, and assistance, and also the strategic goals and objectives that we have in the strategic plan, which is which is climate change and mitigation for resiliency, which for us that equates to energy efficiency, repair and weatherization programs, and other cost assistance savings programs. And also the other strategic plan goal is addressing health and safety needs of older adults, which is throughout our entire budget. Excuse me. Our FTE report. So it looks like on paper that this has increased, however, it really has not. Additional staff came over from DSS Long-Term Care Unit through a resolution in June, and these staff positions work 100% on our ISEP program, which is our expanded in-home services for the elderly program, and they now are housed at COFA rather than DSS. And it discontinues the need for an MOU and an interdepartmental transfer between COFA to DSS. There's no additional cost. The program is much more efficient, and the continuity of care is improved because the case managers, the case aides, and the home health aides are all in one building now. Stop me if anybody has any questions. I'll just keep going though. Budget snapshot. We are under target for the maintenance of effort, and we are not asking for any enhancements. So I wasn't quite sure how to show that on a slide, so I put some pictures of our 50th anniversary celebration instead. But basically, we did come under the maintenance of effort target. We thoroughly reviewed each program, and, oh, I'm sorry. I skipped right to the next slide.
Right, we don't have that slide.
You don't have that slide?
No.
How is that not possible? Well, it's a slide of our pictures anyways. There's not much more information on it other than we came under target and we have no enhancements.
If you have time, you could recreate it, maybe.
I have it in front of me, which is the weirdest thing, so, okay.
This is what you call a senior moment.
Sure, I can.
What better department?
Yeah, I can relate with that. Anyways, we did come in under target basically by tightening up, looking through each line, each program, tighten up our expenses. We adjusted our revenues as requested, and throughout the process, we received some information from the state on our final allocations for 2025, which is the basis of our budget for the following year. All said, we did this without making any direct service delivery impacts. We have another slide? Oh, excellent. Okay, so new detail. This just breaks down again what I was just saying to you into dollars. Again, we're not making any impact on our direct services. With our fingers crossed, we have information of some anticipated revenues from the state to address our waiting lists, which may fill this gap. We don't have anything new planned in our programs or service plan. And the newest other new detail for us is that we're moving. I think everybody's aware of that. But I did want to point it out because this budget was completed before we knew that. So for us, I have no doubt that we're going to have some bugs that we need to work through to ensure maintaining the highest level of service delivery. And that may come at a cost, which I don't know what it will be. For example, client accessibility and transportation, as well as more expenses in staff time and travel. We don't know what we don't know. We will be keeping a close eye and tracking these expenses for comparison and planning for the future. And that's really all I have. If anybody has any questions?
Well, I'll bet we do.
Okay.
Thank you, Lisa.
Yes.
We have Ann Corman.
Yeah, thanks for your presentation, except, we missed the party pictures. But,
I will send those in the one that we send you. I'll make sure that gets in there.
Okay, thank you. Could use that to perk us up. So just, you're talking about the move up to, I think it's 31 Dutch Mill Road?
Yep.
In Lansing. And so for people that could have or can't access your department, and is there going to be something provided that they can call either 211 or your office if they need a ride up there?
Well, I mean, I don't think we've set up a specific phone number like 211 or anything like that, but I mean, it's our practice in our office to get people to us or us to get to them. I mean, through COVID, if we didn't learn anything else, we figured out how to serve people that were very isolated. You know, most of the people 70 plus were staying home, as you know. And, you know, so we figure out how to do that. We have some funding for transportation through Gadabout. We have Go-Go Grandparents, which is another program that we do. It's like a Uber Lyft-based program. And we are, you know, we go to people's houses. We get to people that need assistance, and we don't have any issues doing that. We're, you know, going to have some pop-up things here and there. We're going out into the municipalities with our outreach programs all the time. I mean, we've circled around the county, I don't know how many times this summer doing different things. So I don't think that's going to be a huge issue. There will be people that will want to come in, and it may be, you know, a cost as far as like, yeah, we have to provide them a go-go ride or the Gadabout tickets or something like that. But I don't see that, you know, we're going to be able to do it no matter, we'll figure out how to do it. That's what we do, you know.
Okay, great. Because as you know, we've, you know, heard that as a concern from several community members. So keep us updated, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Randy Brown.
I did get an email of somebody that was not excited about you moving out of the city.
Yeah.
But so I just wanted to share that.
Yes.
They like the ability to walk. So are you currently doing any programs at the library? Are you working with them to see if you can't use some of their space at times for people that could walk there? And
We haven't. Typically, we would probably work with our senior center, Lifelong, as our subcontractor, since it's pretty centralized downtown. We contract with them to do several of our programs already, so it would seem like a logical place for us to do that. We could certainly go to the library, you know, just depending on what program is in season. And I mean, our things are very cyclical as far as seasonal programs. Like right now, HEAP is coming up, and health insurance counseling is coming up, and that's a big program where we get a lot of foot traffic. So we're refiguring out how to do things. And I mean, the hard part this year is going to be when we're moving. It's like where that falls is going to be the hardest part. So we're trying to figure all that stuff out, and you know, we're going to make it work however we have to. So
it's good to see, you have a lot of programs, obviously, so you get a lot of moving parts.
Yes.
And maybe one of the most complicated departments related to that. But it's good to see all the aid that you do get from the state and the federal government.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at the federal aid right now, and your projection is $711,000 for this year, but you've only received $74,000 so far. Is that going to come through, or is it the state or the federal government is slow in paying?
Would you like to answer that, Rodney?
Sure. So every year we do an annual update with the New York State Office for the Aging. And traditionally it's been done prior to the budget year. So it's usually done November, like we'd be doing one November this year for 2026 for our budgets and plan with them. They've gotten behind through COVID. So now we're doing, as of a few days ago, we're doing our annual update for 2025 in September of 2025. And so we have about $1 million worth of unpaid claims, which won't be paid until we submit our annual update, which is due October 30th.
And it's approved.
And it's approved. So we have to wait for them to go through committee and approve them, yep.
So how do you work with finance? How do you let them know that you've got these funds coming? Do you let them know and put that in the system somehow, or you manage it? How do you guys communicate?
Yeah, we submit the claims to finance. Daryl signs off on them, and then they go to accounts receivable. So they should be on record there. We're just waiting to receive the money, and then the claims are then, of course, sent to NYSOFA to be processed. But they're not doing anything with them at the current time. They're waiting for our plan to be approved. So,
So all the federal aid actually goes to the state and then filters down.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. So it's New York State. One of the or both of them are struggling with.
Well, I would say it's the state plan is what we're waiting on. They got significantly behind during COVID, and the cycle is completely off. I mean, we're 9 months, 6 to 9 months, depending on what fiscal year you're looking at, into the year that we're actually planning for. I have to have a public hearing. October 1st, we're having a public hearing to discuss our plan. Our plan is for this year, so hopefully people like it because we're already doing it. So that's where we are. I mean, that's what we're at the mercy of them, getting this information. The platform wasn't even open until I think September 4th. Yep. So it takes us a couple months to get it together and submit it. We have to, it's due by the 31st, and then it goes through their cycle of approving it. So it probably won't get approved until January or so, maybe, if we're lucky. And that's the entire year for 2025. So that's what we have to deal with. But it will come, it's just, but it shifts our funds into another year. So sometimes it looks like our revenue has changed, but that's why, because yes, yeah.
Well, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Lee Shurtleff.
Just a comment and then kind of a general question for you. One thing is, looking at your overall budget, you're about 70% funded with outside sources, 30% local share, and less than $1 million in the local share. And I just want to say that for the number of lives and people you touch here in the county, that's a pretty good bang for the buck that we have here. And I think our colleagues appreciate that. The other thing is just trending, and we heard just recently Department of Emergency Response and the increases in EMS call volumes. And I know a few years ago I did some study with your office and with Lisa Holmes before she moved over to administration, and we were projecting out aging of the population in the county, and we were right at kind of a level here 6-8 years ago where there was going to be a shift of people into their 60s and 70s. And I'm wondering if you're projecting out some needs there. And one of the things I'm seeing as a responder is the question came up a few minutes ago about where the call volumes were specifically in the city. Well, with EMS it's all over, and one of the biggest areas that we're seeing huge increases are people in their homes falling. Mm-hmm. And those numbers have gotten to be huge.
Yes.
And that's an indication to me that you've got some difficulties with large numbers of the population trying to subsist in their own homes. What's your crystal ball tell us as far as?
Do I have one of those? I don't know.
Well, impending aging needs, and I know that a lot of the developers are catering toward older populations now, and there's a movement influx into the county. What should we be looking at?
Well, I mean, you hit most of that on the head. If people are going to be staying in their homes, we have to have supports in place, and whether that's nurses' aides, our PERS program. One of the things that we're able to do with that is there's a part of the PERS program or the button that you use that doesn't necessarily have to call 911. I think a lot of systems out there directly call. That's it. They could have a first responder that could be their neighbor or their friend or something like that. So putting some things in place like that would be really helpful. And as you say, the population is aging out. When you looked at that a few years ago in their 60s, well, those people are now going in their 70s and 80s. So the old is growing, and they have more needs. So, investing in those systems and supports it's going to be completely necessary to do if people are going to stay in their homes. It is more cost effective too.
Mm-hmm. And I just want to add too, as far as our staff and what we're doing as an office, we, in the last year and a half, 2 years, 2 of our staff are now certified in certified aging in place specialists. So we're trying to get ahead of it where we can have our staff trained. We've always done falls assessments where we can go into folks' homes and help them identify falls hazards and then help them mitigate them. But this goes just a little bit further where they can work with them and suggest, thoughts about, redoing a kitchen counter to make it more height appropriate or something along those lines. So we're trying to kind of get ahead of it a little bit that way as well. And that's been very helpful. In fact, one of our staff just recently completed a class tonight with INHS on that very thing. So,
and I think with some funds that the county actually funds is that we can take that. Once we get into somebody's home, we can start helping them with many things. It's just like, once we're in the door, there's a lot of things that we can put into place to help situations like that. And we have funding to put modifications or adjustments into place if they meet the income requirements. So they've identified fall risk, they've identified, things that they can put in place, and we can actually help them do that. It's not just like, oh, here is what you should do, but we're actually going to help you do that and get those things in place to hopefully, whether it's a grab bar or shower chair, whatever it might be, to help somebody be able to function, independently in their home.
Out of your staff of 16, thereabouts, how many would you consider outreach?
Well, it's 19 bodies, I'll just say, because I always like 16.1 FTEs. It's not a little person, like Derek said, but it's, we have 3 outreach workers, we have 4 aging service specialists, we have, and those are, I would say, a combination of people that go into homes and do presentations and things like that. And then we have our Lit Cop staff, which is our long-term care ombudsman staff that work in the nursing homes and do, assist people in there. So they're in the community, but they're not, working on our specific programs. So I'd say it's a little bit more than half for sure.
Yeah, generally it's the outreach workers, just by title, that would go out and do the outreach. And they are the ones that also do like the falls assessments in the home. But then the certified aging in place specialists that I spoke about are 2 of our aging services specialists who also go into folks' homes when they need to meet with them there. So kind of a mix.
Good information. Thanks.
Good.
Yeah.
And we rely heavily on our subcontractors. I mean, a lot of our funding, you can see, goes to our subcontractors. We couldn't, possibly do everything we do without what they do.
Deborah.
Yeah, to follow up on this fall issue, a lot of what I'm reading suggests that balance training is really important, and I'm just wondering if you all work with organizations like Lifelong.
Yes, we subcontract them. We actually have a evidence-based programs funding that we give to them to do different evidence-based programs that are health-related, safety-related. There's one they're doing right now, it's called Bingo Size. It's kind of fun, but they actually exercise while they're doing bingo, and it's got a, it's cool. But we've done enhanced fitness, there's matter of balance, there's a lot of balance.
Balance training seems to be a big deal.
Yeah, so they do most of that for us. We don't really do any kind of programs like that.
Other questions? I guess not. Thank you, everybody. A nice, clear presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. You back on track time? No.
Well, we're going to hear next from Youth Services and Recreation Partnership, Kate Shanks Booth and Therese Albert.
Denise, a hand?
No, I think I should be. Yeah, no.
Oh, don't be meaner.
Kate, we see your arm in a sling. We hope you're on the mend.
Yes, I am. About 3 weeks out from rotator cuff surgery, so.
Oh, that's awful.
Working on it.
Best wishes.
No sympathy, Teresa.
Nope.
All right.
Andy?
Teresa, is this your last budget?
No, I'll be doing next year's.
Oh, good. Can't get away. It's good.
When you're ready.
We're going to be weighing that.
I took one piece.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
So you know how to make this go to full screen.
I'll just swap over.
That was not it.
Good top.
Okay, sorry for the technical difficulties. We are youth services. Before we,
Can you get a mic?
sorry, thank you. I will try to speak up and slowly. It's this evening for you. So before we get started, I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight and discuss the youth services budget for 2026. I know for some of you, this is your last budget process for the county, and I want to thank each of you for the support that you've offered to both me and the department over the last couple of years. It's been an important part of how Tompkins County has become a leader in the area of positive youth development within the state, and even more importantly, we've been able to provide consistent support to our local partners who make a difference in the lives of youth every day. So thank you. Try this, okay. I just wanted to provide a very brief snapshot for you for our department as a refresher. We really look at ourselves in 3 different areas: planning and coordination. This particular area looks like providing free trainings to our local youth serving organizations on current and emerging trends in different youth development. We also chair or serve on several local collaborative boards to deal with things ranging from bullying, mental health issues, or even chronic absenteeism. We also house the Runaway and Homeless Youth Coordinator and the CSEC Coordinator for the counties within our department. The other second area that we really look at is our funded agencies. We provide funding to agencies that support programming that deals with issues ranging from the development of life skills, finding first-time employment, or assisting youth who are homeless or at risk of becoming homeless. We also provide technical assistance to the staff to ensure that they have access to the most current information and best practices, maximizing the impact on the effects that they have on the youth that they serve. Well, the last part of our department is really dealing with our municipal youth service system. This is a collaboration between the county and local municipalities that allow youth in our rural areas to have access to free programming that is tailored to that specific population's needs. Each municipality has a full-time program manager embedded within it, allowing them to build and sustain solid mentoring relationships with some of our most vulnerable youth. Our department also provides technical assistance to each of the local youth commissions or community councils. This might look like helping with meeting organization, helping with community needs assessment, or helping the group draft and pass their individual annual budgets through their respective municipalities. I also want to highlight that our department's work is tied to the county strategic plan through the use of our Achieving Youth Results framework. Every agency that we support works within this framework, and I'm also very happy to say that this year we have brought in our municipal partners to this network, which is allowing us to have more continuity across different sectors, giving us a shared language, and also we are using more similar metrics to gauge impact, to be able to tell the bigger picture of the work that we're doing. Aside from the Achieving Youth Results framework that I just mentioned, another important tool that we use is our continuum of care approach. We focus most of our investments in the early intervention youth development and target intervention spaces because we know if we can intervene or redirect a young person who's having difficulties in their lives, we drastically improve the probability that youth will have much better outcomes over the course of their adult lives. With that said, we also know that using this method, we are saving the county money in the long run, as the cost of providing services later in life is oftentimes less effective. And just as a side note, you've probably seen this, we have this pyramid in our presentation every year, but the higher up you go on the pyramid, the fewer number of youth get served and the cost per youth does increase. All right. as we've said many times this evening, we know that this is a very difficult budget year, and I know you have many hard decisions to make. With that in mind, I wanted to highlight why investing in youth, we think it's the right thing to do, but it's also a smart financial decision. This graph shows how we're stretching local dollars, which you can see as the early intervention and development programming and target services where we spend most of our money. Those funds are matched dollar for dollar by our municipal partners and our community partners as well, funded agencies. So you really are doubling. We're doubling the impact of those dollars. This is our full-time equivalent report. This slide shows how we're doing on our department with staffing, and you might notice that it goes back a little bit further in years than most of the departments have shown you in this year's budget presentation. And I'm doing this because it directly speaks to one of the enhancements that I'm going to be asking for. The main takeaway from this slide is that we currently have 4 FTEs, but we will be asking for a restoration of the position that we lost in 2020, which of course we'll discuss in more detail in just a minute. We did not have any maintenance of efforts for this year. This slide just produces gives you a little presentation of what we'll be going to detail, the restoration of that 1 FTE, Coordinator of Community Youth Services, that we lost in 2020. Number 2 may look familiar to you. It's a continuation of the one-time, 2-year one-time funding that was approved in 25-26 for CCE's Urban Outreach Program. We're asking that this be funded and also returned to target for us. And then the last 2 enhancements are a 3% increase to local dollars for our funded agencies and our municipal partners. And again, those investments are matched dollar for dollar. So this slide gives a little bit of, just breaks down the detail for the numbers for the restoration, for the things that we had just talked about. Enhancement 1, restoring or adding 1 FTE, which is the Coordinator of Community Service. So we'll give a little bit of rationale. Effective at the end of June 2026, our department will see the departure of a colleague who has had 37 years with the county. This noteworthy accomplishment has been achieved by my Deputy Director, Teresa Albert, who is sitting next to me this evening. Teresa's vast knowledge and depth of experience has allowed our department to function for the last 5 years with our current staffing levels of 4 FTEs. This type of retirement is a huge loss for any department, but is especially difficult for one of our size. The systems that make up our department are complicated, they're vast, and it takes several years for a person to actually grasp the depth and the width of the different systems that we support. Simply put, due to her experience with our department, Teresa's been able to carry an increased workload that would have otherwise taken maybe 1.5 to do. The addition of the one-time FTE, Coordinator of Community Youth Services, will allow us to right-size the workload for the individual who replaces Teresa, as well as the rest of the department. It will ensure we can provide adequate support to our municipal youth service system and our funded agencies. In addition, it will allow me, the director, continue to do strategic planning, big thinking, and providing leadership in spaces where collective collaboration is needed between our own departments and our funded agencies, as well as our municipal partners. To give an example of this, most recently we applied for a grant or RFP for transformative justice hubs. This required several meetings over a few months that working with probation, mental health, DSS, the City of Ithaca, IPD, the Sheriff's Office, Southside, GIAC, and CJC, just to name a few. This type of collaboration takes time and resources that will be very hard to come by upon Teresa's department from our department. Because we knew this would be a difficult ask, we wanted to be proactive, and we took the initiative to go through our operation budget lines to look and see if there was any way that we could help offset the cost of this position. The total cost for this new position is actually $112,100. However, we were able to find just short of $13,500 to help offset the cost. This is the number that you see at the bottom of the screen. So the leftover amount of the $98,639 reflected in line 1 of this slide is the additional money to hire this one-time FTE. The second the second enhancement we have, last year the legislature approved 2-year one-time funding OTR in the amount of $30,000 for years 25 and 26 for the Urban Outreach Program at CCE. This program had struggled for the several prior years with staffing turnover, lack of physical location, and strategic direction from CCE. The idea was to give Urban 2 years to see if they could turn the program around, increase the number of youth that they were able to serve, and find a location. And we had potentially talked about maybe finding a home in the new Northside apartment complex. Very happy to report that the staffing turnover has been resolved with them having folks in the position of both the program manager and CCE's 4-H issue leader consistently for the last couple of years. The numbers that the program has served have also increased from approximately 4 in 2023 to 54 last year in 24. And at the end of the second quarter this year in 2025, they have served 45 students. They are currently seeing an average of 20 unduplicated students each quarter. If they continue on this track, we would expect them to see that they're serving between 80 and 85 students. With a consideration, we are asking that the $30,000 be placed back into our target and not be one time, so we don't have next year to ask for this funding. The program has had no luck in locating in the new Northside apartments due to a lack of the actual management company not wanting to allow new programs into their community room. We have seen this hold true for other programs we support, such as the Ithaca Youth Bureau's Big Brother and Big Sister program. However, they continue to provide free programming to the students of Bell Sherman, most of whom come from immigrant families or families that cannot pay for the after-school program. Failure to provide funding during year 2 of this 2-year OTR or enhancement will result in the lack of important services for the group of marginalized youth, but also will job loss for the person who works within the program. Enhancements 3 and 4, we'll kind of group those together. Basically, this is a 3% increase for local dollars going to our funded agencies and to our municipalities. Speaking within the cost, as everybody has told you tonight, the cost of things are going up. 3% was what they felt they would need to continue to provide the same level materials for the programming that they're going to provide in 2026. For agencies, $11,783 is what that comes to. If you again multiply that doubly, that will be a little short of $23,500 investment in youth services. Municipalities, the total of 3% came to $15,171. Again, if we double that, because it's matched dollar for dollar, we're looking at a little over $300,000 investment in the county. Right? Okay. So that is what is on the enhancements, and then the $1,800 is the reduction for county administration in the areas of printing, local mileage, postage, and telephone. That ends the budget part for the department. Did you want to go through the rec partnership and then ask questions, or?
Why don't we take questions on this first and then have you come back to the rec partnership? Is that all right?
Yep, absolutely.
I just want to say, I see your slide, and happy 30th birthday.
Yeah, it's been around 30 years.
To the, for your department.
For the rec partnership.
Right. Oh, that's for the rec partnership.
Yeah.
Well, 30th birthday for them.
In a couple of years, we'll actually have been around 50 years. Our department will be.
Wow. Okay, questions? Deborah Dawson.
Thank you. I think this is more a question for admin than it is for you, Kate. But the book says that, and you have said, that you're seeking $98,639,000 for this coordinator of community youth services, but in the book, unable to support $82,123 for a staff request. Why did those numbers not match?
Yeah, so as Kate showed you, she reduced the budget, or came in with savings for the position, but we've reduced the entire position. So they were leaving in the portion that they found savings in their department to cover.
But that was deducted, according to the book, from 112,124. The total cost with salary and fringe was 112,124. They've identified 13,905, which puts it down to 98,639. I think you deducted the 13,905 from the 98, yeah. So
it is twice.
Right.
Yes.
I don't think Kate's volunteering to take it twice.
Yes. So the number on the recommendation should be 98,639. I think we took it out again, so I apologize about that. So
okay, thank you.
Randy Brown.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. What would the coordinator of community youth services do?
It's a great question. So basically, as I mentioned, the deputy director position is doing the work of about 1.5 persons. Back in 2020, we had 2 coordinator of community youth services. And basically the work is split to help manage the municipal youth services system. In this particular instance, they would also pick up funding, overseeing all the agencies that we fund as well. So providing technical assistance, meeting with them, making sure that they're meeting OCFS guidelines and regulations, to make sure that the trainings that we're providing are applicable and helping them, collecting data from them quarterly and putting that in our system. They would probably help with a number of just community needs assessments, really just dividing things up a little bit easier so that we would be able to have a more sustainable workload. Talked about them doing a number of things. They might, in this position, might help with some of the contracting, doing contracts. We also have to enter information into QUIDS, which is part of our software from OCFS that does, for state aid, how many youth we serve, and that type of demographic information is inputted.
Yeah, as Kate said, when we had the 2 positions back in 2020, one was really dedicated towards agencies and one was municipalities. So when we lost the position, I mean, now currently I am in charge of, not in charge, I oversee the agencies that we fund and contract with, as well as doing one of the youth commissions, where the position, the current coordinator position we have, they're more focused on the municipality side. So I kind of took over the work of the agencies. So that would go back to the new position, so that some of the work that Kate's taken on, because, you know, they'll trickle down, so that it would free her up to do more of her director work, so that some of her work would go to the deputy and the agency stuff would more go back to the coordinator position as it was.
I've picked up technical assistance for 2 of the commissions, Danby and Dryden, and I've also took up technical assistance for the rec partnership. So that was some of the work that was previously done by the coordinator as well, that we've sort of shared among the staff that we have.
And how many agencies were there that we're supporting now or working with? Or
We fund 5 agencies, but 8 programs across it.
okay. Also, I'm looking at your consolidated budget, I think that's what it's called. Professional services, looks like it was cut in about half. Is that just something that's changing, or?
From the modified of 25 to 26, you mean?
Yeah, it shows professional services that your budget this year was 62.5.
It's because we have, there's OCFS, the CSEC Safe Harbor money goes through DSS, and then they subcontract with us. We don't hear about that, what we're actually getting, until November. So we bring that in January. So that's why that number looks higher. We'll bring it in again in January of 26. It's going to be lower this year, but that's why that number is so different.
Okay. And then the urban outreach, is that contract directly with CCE?
Yes, we contract with Cooperative Extension.
Okay. And is that up and running now?
It went through its trials after COVID. Last year they rebuilt, they hired staff. It is now running very well. They're based mostly at Bell Sherman, but the program manager also has been working with DeWitt. She's been doing a little bit of work there, because once they leave Bell Sherman, DeWitt will be their school. So she's trying to do some transitioning, and so she's already worked with some kids that were in Bell Sherman that she's seeing at DeWitt. And she's also done an agriculture program that she's helped with at BJM. So she's doing really well.
I know I've seen this before. You showed it to me about the agencies where you're supporting. Could you just refresh, not now, but send an email out to everybody about what agencies are in this budget, which
Absolutely.
ones are being cut?
Yeah, be happy.
And affect the 3% as well, probably.
Sure.
If you'd share that, I appreciate it.
Happy to, yeah. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, Kate, why don't you go ahead with the recreational partnership?
Right. So as we mentioned, they are celebrating their 30th birthday this year. They began in 1994, which is quite remarkable, and it continues to be kind of a one-of-a-kind system throughout the country, but in particularly in New York State, you won't find anything like it. So just a brief recap for you guys. So the Recreation Partnership is an intermunicipal agreement. It ensures youth have access to a huge plethora of different types of programs. It is also governed by a 5-year contract. Youth engage in recreational youth programming, programs to build friendships, gain skills, enjoy positive, well-supervised experiences at affordable prices at convenient locations. As you can see, all of your constituents are included with the town, with the exception of the town of Lansing, and that is because they have a very robust recreation program of their own, and a lot of their youth stay there and participate in those programs instead. This is a budget snapshot. In 2025, the full budget for the rec partnership was $408,832. The county, the city, and the town of Ithaca pay 25% of that total budget. The county's portion in 2025 was $102,208. This year, in 2026, the rec partnership budget increased to $428,413. That increase was driven mostly due to the 50% increase in minimum wage. A lot of the people who work at the summer camps are seasonal, so that was the driving force behind a lot of that. But that then impacts the 25% as $107,103, which is a $4,895 increase. Because this was an MOE, and because it is guaranteed, or it is governed by a 5-year contract, county administration did support it in their recommended budget. I did want to highlight that again this year we had over 7,000 individual registrations for last year's for the programs within the rec partnership. This is the second year in a row that we've had over 7,000 registrations. We have surpassed pre-COVID registration by about 2,500. We saw about 5,000 before COVID hit. So these programs are being utilized, particularly by folks who are in Danby and in Dryden, and it's really a good bang for the buck. So that is the end of that part of our section.
That was short and sweet.
I tried.
Questions on the rec partnership? Randy?
I'm on the rec partnership representing the legislature, and Youth Bureau gave a really good presentation, I thought, when we talked about this, about the numbers and how it's improving and the number of people. A lot of these programs are being filled up. So soccer, I think, was a really big one, and where they just don't have enough room for all the kids that want to play, and that's a good problem to have. So they give there's data is really good, and if anyone wants to see it, I'm sure it can be provided.
Yeah, absolutely.
Others? Interesting, you said that this is unique out there. I can remember when it got started over a lot of contention between the city and the town's participation in city wanting more money. That was what it was about. Took about 6 years, I think, before it got ironed out, really.
Yeah.
But we're glad it's working.
Yes, yeah, it's supporting a lot of youth.
Ann?
Hi, thanks for the presentations. So can I ask a question on the first part?
Absolutely.
So going back to staffing, and because I think you said Teresa's 37 years old, but still wanting to leave.
County years, yes.
Those were the numbers in county years. So congratulations on your upcoming retirement, and thanks for your service. You went back to, I think, 2020.
Yep.
That it was 5 positions.
Mm-hmm.
And do you know offhand how many years that it was the 5 positions before that?
I'd have to look exactly how many years, but at one point we were up to 8 staff. So we have progressively.
You were gradually going down, that's what I thought.
When I first started, it was 1.5, and the half was the director. So we grew, and we were, I think at our highest, we were 8 staff, and then we started going down.
Yeah, because I'm wondering if even 8 years ago, I thought it was 6 or something like that.
It could have been by then, yeah. Yes, yeah. In 18 and 19, it was probably 6, if not 7.
That was the year before I started, so.
Okay, thank you. And
Absolutely.
thanks for all you do.
Thank you. Thanks for your support, Annie.
Randy?
I just want to make a comment that I see this occasionally in your revenue line, that sales tax 1%, so that formula just won't go away, so.
Anyone else? Kate, Teresa, thank you for the presentation tonight. You covered a lot of ground for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Folks, we're going to take 10 minutes now, or maybe 12. So come back around just before 7:30. We'll have our last 2 presentations.
Okay.
Okay, we're back. And our next presentation will be from our Workforce Development Group.
Okay, thank you. So many of you know I'm a huge Bills fan, and they're playing tonight, so I'll keep it short.
This is Chris Spahn and Diane Achilles.
Yes. So, hi, I'm Chris Spahn. I'm the Director of Workforce Development.
Diane, Deputy Director of Workforce Support Side.
Okay. I will share my screen. Okay. So actually, before we get started, I do want to thank a few people. So thank you to County Administration, Corsa for your leadership, to Norma, Sam, Victoria for being with us during the budget process. I've been watching our budget meeting, so thanks to Finance, who is our friend. They've been very helpful along the way. And then thanks to the legislator. I believe you're the heart of this whole entire operation, so a functioning body helps us move. And thank you to the ones that are departing. It's been a great 3 years for me. And finally, thanks to Diane, who is our Deputy Director on the board, Fiscal Coordinator. She does whatever else we need. So thank you so much for your commitment to the county and then also fiscal responsibility. So I'll keep it short, Cliff Notes. So if you really look at it, there's two main things that we do. We connect job seekers with employment, education, training, and supportive services. And then we also do work with a lot of community members. So we're the main convener of workforce stakeholders in the community. So we have a career center on Center Ithaca. It's called Tompkins Workforce New York. It's on the Commons. We have, I would say we're a human services department. So we have a dedicated team ready to serve you. We get all sorts of people, all different ages. We have a youth program, which is ages 14 to 24. The youth that are in our summer youth employment program are ages 14 to 20. So these are giving people that first job experience that they otherwise could not get. We have work sites all across the county. Along with that, we have an adult program where we help people change career pathways or they may be unemployed. We have training dollars also, so they can we can fund them to get welding at TST BOCES, or we can fund them for the direct to work pathways and manufacturing program that we partner with IED. And also they can, we also have money for supportive services. So sure, you're in a class, but how do you get from point A to point B? You may need a gas card, you may need books, you may need a helmet. So that's a lot of what we do with the community. And really everyone's welcome to come to our career center. We have a computer lab. You can use it as long as you are doing job related search stuff. When we're talking about training funding, being part of our youth employment program, that typically goes to high needs populations or people facing barriers, people on some sort of assistance also. So the second piece, working with partners. So as you know, Tompkins Build, we partner with IAD on that, direct to work. We work with Aloja on the Energy Warriors program. We're starting relationships with EMS, Mike and his team. So we're working on figuring out the EMT shortage, finding different trainings that are out there, seeing like what we can do to engage our population into different career pathways that are out there, because there are a lot of different ways for people to move along in their career. So our FTE, so I put on the bottom, I put a little summary of what's been happening the last couple of years. So in December 2022, we were tasked with merging the Tompkins Workforce Development Board Department and the Office of Employment Training. And then by October 2023, it officially became a new department. So during that time, from 2023 to 2024, we were really assessing how do we run this department efficiently, what positions do we need. So we were creative with what we could do. We had some really great employees at 35 hours, and we pushed them up to 40. We had a project assistant that we eventually turned that role into another adult position. So we did it, and we eliminated some positions that weren't necessary. So at this point, we feel pretty comfortable with the positions that we have. Obviously, I want more positions, but as Corsa says, we're part of something bigger, and that's like the frame of thought that we have when looking at this budget. It's not just about workforce development. There's tons of other departments that also need help. So again, going into 2026, we're going to continue to assess, and then if we do need something, we will come back next year and ask for that position, and we'll also have the information to state the reason for that. So we're in the second year of the OTR for the transition workforce specialist position. So going back to last year, we were going through that restructure process, and we definitely needed another youth position. So these are the folks that are working with our youth ages 14 to 24, helping them, doing a lot of career exploration with them, helping them figure out what they want to be when they get older, even 24-year-old, maybe changing career pathways. So that takes a lot of intensive casework, follow-up, running all over the county to get them, working with them very closely. 9 of the 13 public comments last year supported our request. And IATEP, our workforce association, supported us. The Tompkins Workforce Development Board, which includes the private sector of like Borg Warner, Tompkins Financial, the chambers. I'm forgetting a bunch, Diane, but a lot of the like Wegmans, they all were supportive of this. And then Diane Cohen, who's not on our board, but she will when we have an opening, also wrote a letter of support. We work closely with her, so we fund a lot of her summer youth employment programs too through our monies. So that's a great collaboration that we have. And Barry Dunn, who did helped us come up with our strategic operations plan. In their community visioning, they asked like, what should the county be focusing on? And workforce development fell as like the third one that's in there. And we are written in some of the priorities with the county. So we're looking to make this target because it has to be part of our department. We have Ty Basilius, who's our deputy director at the Career Center, so she oversees our operations. She needs more support, and the support has helped free up her time to actually do her leadership role that we expect her to do too. She's already been doing great, but again, we don't want people burned out. We don't want to lose talent like this to another employer. Budget snapshot. So this is Jordan. He is the transition workforce specialist we were able to hire. So by having him, we have been able to provide a more comprehensive experience. We have 3 youth staff who are able to have a lighter caseload. We have more time for accurate case notes and data fidelity. So our money comes from the federal government through WIOA, the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, and it's a very rigorous program anyways. And with the new administration, it's becoming even more rigorous, so we know that there's going to be a lot more eyes on us in our program, so it's very important that we have these on point. We get monitored every year. We are very successful every year, but we also know that the State Department of Labor is very tight on funds. Fed money is not increasing. It's still there right now, but it's not increasing. So they're going to be looking for excuses or any way to take our money away or put us on a watch list or something like that. So this has been very helpful. He's been able to help implement new procedures and our youth programming documentation. There's a lot of systems that we are developing being a new department, and by having him as another body, he's been able to help push that through. So he's very good with a lot of technology and document creation. So he's been making it very efficient for staff, like checklists, updating our procedures, just having staff save time instead of just wasting it and going in loops. And this has been able to sustain our reach in Tompkins. So we've had 61 summer youth employment youth, 31 YEP youth. So the youth employment program is the summer youth employment program, but outside of the summer. And then 31 job link youth, so that's another job program that we have is year round. So by having a third person, we were able to take the $400K that we got last year for it and actually implement these programs. Like if we didn't have that third person, then we wouldn't have been able to bring that money into Tompkins. So that money is funding work experiences for businesses. We even partner with Tompkins County departments too. So we also are collaborating with departments where they're getting young talent too. Okay, this is just wanted you to know like what we're doing next year. We want to rebrand our department and so we can strengthen our brand recognition. So as you can see on the bottom, there's the Workforce Development Board logo. So they are the overseer of our federal funds. And then Tompkins Workforce New York is the Career Center logo. I'm not feeling the Statue of Liberty, and a lot of people are not either. So we are going to ask the community for their input on the logo, and then we're talking with strategic partners on their thoughts also. So the idea is that we have a more streamlined system that recognizes the board, but also makes our Career Center identifiable. A lot of people like blue and green. That is the initial take, and they like nature. So be on the lookout for that. But we do feel like that can help us, that can help people avoid confusion, because a lot of people are like, do you work for at the Career Center or Workforce Board or Workforce? It's a lot of just loosely used language. Workforce New York, we just want to clean that up and let people know that this is a county department that's serving you, and we're part of Tompkins County. A lot of times I have to explain to people I work for Tompkins County government. So we think that's very important because the county is investing in us and what we believe in. Second point, capitalize on new leadership, new DSS commissioner. So I've already talked with her. We're looking to do a lot of great things together. It's a partnership that just makes too much sense. So we're excited to continue that. IED is going to have a new president. We already have a good relationship with them. Tompkins Chamber just got a new president. We're looking to do more workforce-related programming with them, collaborating with businesses, and then a new county administrator. So he's only been here since January 6th, but it feels like forever. I've been talking with him about different programs that we could do. So he was talking about a fellowship program. So possibly, something with a college student. These are all ideas at this point. I know there's policies, labor unions, all these other things, HR, that goes behind it. But there could be a fellowship where you, maybe someone rotates 3 months in a different department with the county and they gain experience, and they could be a potential hire. Deborah Dawson, she let a TSD BOCES person shadow in 2023. So different experiences like that engage the youth so they can be more exposed to the local government and what we do. I did a fellowship also when I graduated from my program. There's also, when I was in my MPA program, we did a capstone project for Montgomery County during COVID. So we have an MPA program with Cornell. So there could be opportunity, like if there's something we really want to work on, but we don't have the bodies or the knowledge to work on, there's a ton of 20-somethings looking to prove themselves and help the county. So there's different opportunities like that we're looking into. So we're really excited to explore those partnerships. And like I said, with EMS and Mike and his great team, I want to replicate something similar to Tompkins Build, Direct to Work stuff we've done. Those programs are built, so we're not done with it. We're still partnering, but now the next step is how can we help other career pathways that are out there? And the last piece is deliver community empowerment and access. We work closely with the Human Services Cabinet, a lot of those departments. We feel like we can be the last leg in the stool of everything, of someone's trajectory through the system. A job can get them on the right path. It can get them off less services. It can empower them. It can help grow their family and grow the community. So we're going to really do our best to be involved in that. And that's why I mentioned DSS and county admin and exploring those opportunities. And that is all for my presentation today. We have our QR code, so you can scan that, open up the picture app, and then something will pop up and you click it. And we have our email and then our phone number and website, so people are free to reach out to us if needed. And that's our team from the summer.
Deborah Dawson.
Thank you. Thanks, Chris. I have a question. I notice on here that you're using community development fund balance of approximately $600,000. I'm not always a big fan of eating up fund balance for operating costs, so I'm interested to know how much fund balance the community development actually has, where does it come from, and how will it be replaced?
Yeah, okay, so there's some aspect of our expenses, as I mentioned earlier, in some departments that are not captured in the budget, like especially the cost allocation. So if you look in the budget book in 2023, the local share of the operation cost of the agency, let me take this off, was $32,000. That was what was planned, but the local share came down to $180,000, and also in 2024, $250,000. So we have been building that committee, the CM fund balance over time, and we check with finance. There's almost a bit over close to $1 million in there that we are checking how the fund is being built up. So based on the financial conditions in 2026, we believe that we could use those funds to support the agency for 2026.
And where did that money come from?
It's been built up over time for excess claims that the agency makes. So it is an enterprise fund for workforce development. So whatever goes in expense and whatever goes in revenue, the balance goes into that fund balance. So that has been built up over time due to excess revenue than expense.
And where's the revenue coming from?
From reimbursement from state agencies or federal agencies, as he indicated, as the revenue source, and also from county contribution through the A fund.
Okay, I'm still quite confused, but I'll follow up later. Thank you.
Okay.
Randy?
Learn something new every day, don't we?
Say what?
Learn something new every day.
Even after 8 years.
When you get maybe more to come. I'm trying to understand the budget itself. So the budget in 2025 was $3,179,000. And so now we're looking at a budget of $2,094,000. And is that because of the money we're planning to use? Or I also see a lot of changes in your, all of the services. There's $800,000 between two accounts. So trying to understand where are these cuts? And is it because we're adding money in? Or is it we're spending less because we're using money? I mean, I'm trying to understand how this works.
So yes, we've got additional funding through the year. We've done resolutions. We got New York Systems Change and Inclusion Opportunity Network Office of Mental Health. It's nice New York Scion grant that we do. We had an OMH and we asked them for additional funds. That was added in of $61,975. We also got a $15,000 incentive funds for reaching our goals of 80% obligation in the first year of our WIOA funding. We also had a resolution for the youth employment program that we did not know that we were going to get the funds. That was $376,000. And then we got an additional OMH grant of $30,000. And then we just got Renewable Energy Training Initiative Office of Just Transition grant of $90,000. So that was put accordingly into where we budgeted when we asked for the grant. So that's why you see the influx of money for this year. We also have another one coming through because we got an additional youth employment program to extend the summer youth this year. So that will be coming through for $354,000 soon.
Yeah, I see there's a lot of different revenue things.
Of course.
So is that, I think I understand that. So we do a budget and there's expenses associated to it and we pay for those expenses and then we get reimbursement, right? And so we've already paid the expenses so that money went into this CD.
Absolutely. So yes, that's one of the things. And also what we are trying to do, similar to like recycling, workforce enterprise, we're trying to right-size the agency to make sure they are self-sustaining and reducing the county's burden, our country's contribution to those agencies that are enterprise as much as possible.
Okay, yeah, I think I understand the math kind of now. So as far as your enhancements, go back to that. Were they all recommended or did you not?
There's only one.
Yeah.
So the transition workforce specialist is being supported. And then you're recommending $592,000 out of the CD to balance everything for 2026.
That's correct.
How do you feel about your budget? Are you going to be able to do the work that you're planning to do? And it looks pretty simple to me. So I just want to make sure I'm hearing you. Financially, I mean.
I'll let Diane answer that.
So I've been talking with finance and stuff, and I had reached out about the $592,000 negative. And from what I comprehended was the 492 was coming out of the CD fund and they were using general funds for that. Is that correct?
Not general, no. It's coming from the CD fund, but part of the funding that doesn't get used each year goes back into it stays in the CD fund. It doesn't go back to the general fund. So that's what's being used.
Darrell Tuttle has his hand up. Darrell?
I just wanted to see if I could add to clarify it. So every year we budget a certain amount to transfer from the general fund into the CD fund. Whatever's not used, fund balance is pretty much the net of revenues minus expenses. So the fund balance has come up to over $1 million in the CD fund, which is comprised not only of workforce development, but also of the housing funds. So talking with Corsa, we decided to use some of these funds because it's been building over the many years. And currently I'm also having someone reconcile it to see exactly what's sit in those fund balance.
Deborah.
Yeah, thanks, Darrell. I'm confused a bit. You said that the buildup of those funds was compromising workforce development and housing. How does that compromise them?
That's not the best word, I apologize. It's a combination of both. Those are the two units that sit in that fund.
I think you just misspoke.
Wait,
I misspoke.
Everybody's talking at once. I can't understand what you're saying.
I think he meant to say comprised of them.
Oh, okay.
Comprised, yes, I misspoke. I
Thanks.
apologize.
Thank you.
It'd be nice to just let us know how much money's in that account before we do this. Thank you.
Other questions? Lee?
Yeah, I know, just to follow up a little with Deborah's question earlier, and I know we said we'd return to this, but I'm just trying to look at the long-term implications of using that fund balance. You know, if you take out the 592,000, it looks like you would normally be at a target budget of about $1.5 million. 1.2, I'm sorry, but you're going to have a target of 600,000, 592,000, and I guess, and you know, to get back to the 1.2, you could see a jump of 600,000 in a future budget year, or a need for it. So I'm just wondering how you work your way back. Eventually, you run out of the reserve funds.
Yeah. So as Darrell explained, we take money from general fund balance, put it into a workforce. That was done previous years. And then if the funds are not used, they don't return to the general fund, they stay in there. So our attempt this time to right-size contribution to the workforce fund, one of the primary goals that we are looking forward to doing with the workforce agency to make it self-sustaining and also build back their own fund balance without contribution or with the less contribution from general fund. We believe that with over $1 million or so in that fund, we can deal with the 500,000 plus for this year and also work through how to make the agency self-sustaining by making sure they are identifying real cost allocation and also being able to claim against some of their reimbursement opportunities that they have to make sure we can build it up. So for example, there's a lot of costs in terms of human resources. That's what we call the cost allocation formula. There are some departments that do not even submit those reimbursements through their programs because they don't capture that as a cost to them. So we are hoping that we'll be able to do that in 2026 and help them build back. The county does not have intention of taking that money into a general fund, but keeping that in those enterprise funds to make sure they're able to recognize the true cost of the operations and also help them build the fund balance that is sustaining. So yes, from what we have looked at, we can sustain this and we can still build back the fund balance over time.
Shauna.
Thank you. I also have concerns about us using the fund balance here. And I think my concern also stems from the fact that the department is not self-sustaining. We're using all of the fund balance. And I understand what you're saying, Corsa, but I guess I'm wondering, should there be cuts that at least meet it halfway? You know, even if it's $200,000 worth of cuts so that we only use a portion of the fund balance. Because if we don't make sustainable cuts over the next year, we're going to be having the same conversation, but we're not going to have that fund balance. The other question I have is, you know, if we're talking about cuts, then I do understand we have an OTR right now and that position's doing good work, but I'm also concerned that we're funding another position that right now we just can't afford.
Yeah, I would say we can't afford to lose that position, and the county funds a third of our budget. So, I mean, we can run the numbers and compare like who's getting funded by what. I think we do a great job at bringing money into the county.
Yeah, you do.
I think it's a benefit for the county to be investing in us. Like, we're really doing the best we can. Like, we're brutally honest in our budget with, we're not baking our budget where we have extra money in the budget to do extra stuff. Like, we are really cutting it as much as we can. Yeah, like I said, I mean, I'll gladly talk more.
So just to clarify,
Yeah.
Chris, I'm not doubting the work that you guys are doing. That's not it at all. We're just in a very, very hard budget year, and we're trying to figure out if the numbers are working or not. And I'm just questioning why we're using this funding from the fund balance that I've never heard about before. And so it's something new that we haven't seen before.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. I appreciate it. And I'm just defending my department and the people we serve. And we can have a budget forum where I can get the public to come and tell everyone here the importance of our department and the impact it has made.
I know nobody's trying to attack your department or anything like that.
Oh, no, I'm just trying to
They're just
represent
asking
us.
questions
Yeah.
because they've got new information.
Yeah. I just want to add my piece too, because a cut is on the line as someone's position, and it's going to impact my participants and the youth that we're trying to keep in this area. We're trying to grow Tompkins, not have more kids leave.
We understand. I'm sorry? Norma.
I want to address the question you had, Lee. So when you're looking, what you're looking at in the budget it's a little odd because the workforce development has two programs, and most of the revenue goes in one functional unit, and most of the expenses show up in the other functional unit. So when you're talking about that $1.2 million local share, it's actually not. The local share is around $590,000, which is exactly the amount of money that we're using from the fund balance to kind of stabilize this year. We are currently in a transition year of trying to figure out the whole county of how we're going to manage with a limited fund balance and increasing expenses. And so to kind of help us through that, we use some of these funds because we knew those were there to support the workforce development. Does that mean we're not going to come back next year requesting additional funds from the tax levy to support workforce development? Possibly not, right? But we're stabilizing it for this year. We're trying to move us through 2026 and work beginning January 1 on what we're going to do for 2027. I don't know if that helps to kind of explain why we're using CD fund balance. Those are, and those, just one more thing, those are dedicated funds to only projects that are within that fund. We can't move those CD funds out to use it to cover something in the A fund. They have to stay in the CD fund, which is the reason we're using it to support workforce development. So I don't know if that's helpful, but
it is.
Just to try to clear that up.
I appreciate Corsa and you, Norma, expanding upon that and explaining the rationale.
Dan Klein.
Yeah, I'd like to hear a little more about the CD fund. And somebody said that it's workforce development and housing. Could we hear a little more about that?
Yeah, so the community, the HUD funding that comes through that is managed by the planning, sorry? CDBG, thank you. That was the term I couldn't think of. I think it's getting too late in the day. Yeah, the CDBG funds flow through that as well. Those are very tightly managed by planning, and it sits in that CD fund only long enough to be spent, and usually it's all spent within the same year. Once in a while it'll cross over years, but that's why we work so closely with finance to make sure we weren't tapping into the wrong funds.
Why don't we have two lines for the housing money and the workforce money? Why don't we do that?
Well, there are multiple lines for expenditures and for collections for a current year, but as things like for workforce development, for example, when they would bring in funding from both the general fund and from the state and federal funds, those would sit in that budget, and if they didn't get spent, then they flow into a general account. Why don't they have two separate lines? I'm not sure if Daryl maybe can answer that, but but they are separated in the fund until the end of the year. And then they kind of meld into that one fund balance.
Well, let me just ask one further thing then. So for instance, this 592 that we're recommending coming out of that fund, do we know that that money came from workforce? Like, did it come there and now it's going back? Or?
Yeah, I think yes. Initial conversation with finance, yes, because the CDBG SSA doesn't stay for many years because it's just a transitional money all the time. So we are confident that everything in there is part of the workforce development funding money.
Thank you.
Daryl Tuttle came on screen.
And we also talked about separating those funds. So there's a possibility that moving forward we will break it down so that we can actually have clarity in terms of the way they are presented in our finances.
Daryl Tuttle came on screen when you spoke his name. Is there something you wanted to say to us, Daryl?
I was just going to add, it isn't split out because it was never designed to be that way. They both just reside in that fund, which is set aside for grant funds mainly. It's CD is a special grant fund. And we do my plans are to split it out and so we can easily identify which ones are part of which unit. But currently it's not done that way and the system combines them together at the end of the year.
Deborah Dawson.
Yeah, I was looking at page 334 in the book, contributions to community development. Am I reading this right, that these are workforce development's contributions to the CD fund?
That is the contributions from the general fund to the CD fund for workforce development.
Okay, so that doesn't tell us where the money came from. It's just
the contribution for general fund. Yeah.
Okay.
Got to use your microphone. Okay, I think Randy had his hand.
I did. Well, thank you for bringing all these funds into the county. It's really appreciated, and it's climbed quite a bit over time. So maybe that's part of why this is happening. So it's good. But in your presentation, you showed the number of FTEs you had, and it declined about 2 over time. Was that by design, or how? And what was that talk about your reorganization? Is that what that was, or?
I'll let you start with it.
So prior to when I first started with workforce, we had only 2 on the board side, and they had 16 or 17 on the career center side. And since then, we've went down, and then we started coming back a little bit. And then, like Chris said, we've taken positions since we restructured and figured whether we needed them or not, and how we could, utilize what we had and what we didn't need. So that's what we did, and that's basically where we're at right now. And we have 3 youth staff, 2 adult. We don't have a coordinator anymore on the youth side, so that's why we wanted the 3 youth staff. And now we have a deputy on the career center side instead of a director, and then it's Chris and me on the board side, along with coordinator that we don't have right now, and communication specialist that we need to hire for.
Yeah, that was good, thank you. And there was times where there was a bunch of project assistants, but we had people who were 35. We had a few 35-hour employees who were really good, and they were comfortable with going up to 40. So we felt that makes more sense is to have a bunch of 40-hour employees that are consistently here, because the project assistant eventually leaves. It's not like a long-term position. You just can't be a project assistant for years and years and years. So we were trying to be strategic in certain areas, and we found that, okay, we strengthen that sector of our department, so maybe we don't really need a project assistant at this point in the game.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, last part, since you asked. Yeah, when we restructured, the duties of the OET director, some of their duties were lessened because I'm the director of the department, so I'm doing a lot of the county stuff that is required of us. So that lightened the load on that person too, so that gave us the ability to kind of play around with the positions. Because the coordinator position was a very high paying job. There was the youth coordinator position, it was very high paying, but if we're already paying a deputy to run the career center, we don't need another coordinator just for the sake of having it. And yeah, we also have a DRC position, so it's called the Disability Resource Coordinator, and there's been different iterations of it in the past. And it came back in 2022, or some around time around COVID, or a little after COVID. So that's fully funded from the New York State Department of Labor also. So that's that's a position that we are added to the county that benefits those with disabilities, different abilities. So they're engaging with the business community. We're trying to educate the business community. We did a survey that went out to the business community asking them about what is your comfort level with working with people with disabilities? What would you like to learn about? And a lot of them said, we want to learn more about ADA 101, accommodations. We do want to hire people, Chris, but we're worried about getting in trouble and regulations. So that DRC is helping drive that program that we're working on, and that's another project in 2026 we'll have. But they also are working with people who are in the system on benefits and helping them figure out how to get a job, not lose their benefits while they're on disability and different stuff like that. So yeah, that's an opportunity that we opted into. Not all the areas have it, but we felt it was important, and it's another body for our county.
Yes, Deborah.
Sorry, Mike. I just want to clarify. Workforce Development Board is the piece of your work that's affiliated with Workforce New York, right?
So
or is that employment and training?
So the Workforce Development Board, so when you look at the workforce legislation, WIOA, there's something called Board to the Staff, and that would be myself, Diane, our communications person, and our admin coordinator. So they handle the money that's coming in, the fiscal, collaborating with the community, with different partners, working on programs like Direct to Work, Tompkins Build, putting time, running job fairs, and then Office of Employment Training is the Career Center staff. So they're called service providers. So
that's Workforce New York.
That's the Workforce New York. So
I'm just trying to nail down, because that's the piece that where most of the expenses live.
Yes.
And my understanding is that we're required to participate in that?
I'm sorry, which part? Have a career center?
Workforce New York.
Yeah, yes. So basically you have this legislation, workforce legislation. How do we organize it? So it's organized by workforce boards. So there's workforce boards all across the country. New York State has 33, and Tompkins is a standalone county. Our neighbor, Chemung-Solder-Steuben, that's a workforce area. But us, we're just Tompkins. So it's called a workforce area. So each area needs to have one comprehensive career center. So comprehensive career center means that we need to have our staff, career services that I mentioned that we offer, and then also unemployment. So that's why we need to be married or with the Department of Labor staff, co-located, yeah. So because each area needs a comprehensive career center. So if we don't have NISL with us, that violates the law, and then we just don't get any money, and they're gonna merge us with amongst our student, and we lose our autonomy and power that we have right now. So that's,
Okay, yeah, I just want to be sure that we all understand
thank
that
you.
most of these expenses are part of a program that we really have no choice but to participate in.
Yes, and there's a lot of, I'll stop talking, but I was.
So when we
That's
went
good.
into the restructure, we were the Tompkins County Board, Workforce Development Board at 6290 is our number. And then we had the Office of Employment and Training, that's 6292 that you see in there. And once we restructured, we weren't sure at first, and according to WIOA and how I have to report to the state, we kept them separate in line items for expenses, but all the revenue comes into 6292, the board.
Okay.
Okay. Because the revenue's not listed in 6292, it's listed in 6290.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
You were very helpful to us. Thank you tonight. Last but not least, I understand the airport has flown down from Lansing, and we have Roxanne Noble, our airport director, and we have Josh Naley.
You bring the money in. Good job.
We were doing so good time-wise. No. Then we took.
Sure.
Yep. You damn did good.
Yeah, something for supper.
That's what we do. That's what we do.
Doing it second round. Let's do it. I know. I'm just.
Well, I know.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay. I think we are. Oh, maybe, Josh says.
Oh, yes, maybe.
Okay. We're good? All right, so good evening, thanks, everybody. The airport, I'm going to just start right out, is, an important part of the community, and it is an economic generator for the county. We provide a crucial link to the outside world. So there's a lot of information there. I'm not going to read through all of that. So we'll start talking about this as a positive. So last year, at the end of 2024, we actually switched from having contracts for the paid parking lot, the cleaners, landscaping, salting and sanding out front, and the overnight security. And we hired 5 airport maintenance workers and 2 airport firefighters. So there's the increase in our FTEs. We were initially anticipating about a $50,000 to $100,000 savings after the revenue that we generate from the parking that we were able to collect and the savings we would see from not having the contracts. After working and looking at the numbers multiple times, I was actually shocked. I believe we're going to have about $150,000 to $180,000 savings. Our revenue from the parking, we're anticipating in 2026 about $425,000 in parking revenue. Currently, we're really doing well, and we've actually had a couple of time periods over the past year where we're learning stuff on the parking. We had some issues. We've had some older equipment where we've had the parking gate open. So, because I figured, instead of having people be angry that, they couldn't get out, and until we, and especially the late night flights, I'm thinking if I can keep 20 people happy and maybe lose a couple $100 is a lot better than making 20 people very angry and still not collect the money because there was an issue with it. So we're working through it. Things have gotten better. We have a few updates happening. So I'm actually very pleased with that, and I will keep everybody posted next year when we have the actual figures from a full year. Our budget snapshot. So if you look at our service contracts line, it did increase some, but we've actually moved some stuff into that, as well as there's a few other new service contracts we've had to do, smaller ones for the parking, but we've moved some stuff into the contract line, the airfield painting and the airfield crack sealing. That's stuff that we have to do annually. And again, you know, we've looked at every possible way and what needs to be done, and Josh and the team have done a great job to making sure that, you know, things that we do aren't excessive, but that we keep us safe, you know, and keep the airport open. What else we got in here? The law enforcement officer. So initially, back after 9/11, we all know a lot of things changed, and we had to have a law enforcement officer at the checkpoint. It was a 100% funded mandate. Then that's reduced, and as of the last year, it's an unfunded mandate, but we have to have one there. So, and we work really good with the Sheriff's Department on ensuring that we get, you know, they try to do, you know, part-timers or cut the shifts for us, which is very hard when you have flights in the morning and flights in the afternoon. They've worked great, but that's an additional $200,000, just over $200,000 in our budget for law enforcement support at the airport. I have to say too, you know, I was really looking at a lot of things this year, knowing that, you know, the budgets were going to be tight. And I looked at our budget from 2025 to 2026. It's about $250,000 increase. And that factors in the salary increases. So trying to make sure that we are doing what we can to keep our budget in line, but also there's only so many times you can put a Band-Aid on something. And we all know, and you know, we've all seen it, the price of everything is going up. Some of the other increases for our maintenance of effort, just to keep things that we need to do. You know, as I stated, the service contracts had went up, the Sheriff's Department. Utility costs. Already this year, I've done a bunch of transferring because, you know, our utility costs weren't that bad, but we all know with NYSEG and everything's gone up, and I've had to transfer over $60,000 into our utilities line, and it's robbing Peter to pay Paul, and then it's getting towards the end of the year, so I'm doing like little mini transfers because I want to stay within my budget. I don't want to have to come to the county and say, my expenses are over. So I am doing what I can. I'm like, nope, we're not doing that, you know, and there's not a lot that we can do that with, but that's my goal, is to stay in there. We still have 3 months left, but fingers crossed. Some of the other things, you know, the building repairs, it went down a little bit because we moved a couple of things into the contracts, trying to line things up to make sure they're getting paid out of the proper accounts and that it makes sense. But again, we had to increase it some because of, you know, some of the other things happening. So air service. This slide, you know, I went back and forth on how to really present this information. In 2019, we had over 108,000 passengers enplanements. This fall with Delta and United with their 2 flights, and then there's going to be 3 flights for October, and then again, Dulles is starting back up in the spring. And the other 2 airports that have done this and added the 3rd flight on Dulles, the flight has remained. We have great load factors right now. We're looking like they're booking well out. We're having over 80% load factors. Other regional airports are not faring as well. So we're really hopeful, and by the looks of things, it's a very positive outcome for keeping Dulles for 3 flights. The numbers below, the 1, 2, and 3, committed to growing air service. So that's something that we're really focusing on. If we do this, so these, looking at these, like with the CPE, so I'm going to talk about that in a minute, but cost per enplanement, that's something that the airlines really look at, and our goal was to get it at $15. So that's what we did, that's what we, you know, we put it at, and that's, you know, where we could bring in the revenue. But if we look at the, you know, adding Chicago and then adding additional as we go on, the CPE will go down. I do believe that this is service that could definitely service Ithaca. We've had that many flights before. So these are our goals within the next 3 to 5 years, is to increase the service throughout those years. Community resource and economic. So, you know, there's many studies that are done. There's $3.6 million in state and local taxes that the airport, you know, puts into the economy. 368 direct and indirect jobs. 40% of airport passengers are visitors and 60% are residents. It's not a definitive number. These are done on surveys. These are done on zip code information. 17% of overnight visitors fly into Ithaca. That's actually higher than what I thought it was. So many times Ithaca is a drive market, but it also is, people do fly in. 56% visit family and friends, about 22% on business and 22% on vacation. And from looking at all the information, it really looks like we have a good representation of all the areas. But yeah, about 80% of our natural passengers are going to other local area airports. So mainly, as we know, probably Syracuse. So that's another goal. We have some great marketing efforts in the works and still ongoing, and we increasing passengers that way. CPE, or cost per enplanement. So CPE isn't anything that anybody technically pays that dollar amount. But what it is so the airlines at the end of the year, so we budget the CPE based on estimates of what we're determining our enplanements to be and our airline revenue only. So in 2024, Ithaca CPE was almost $30, where Binghamton's and Elmira's were much lower. There was, many reasons for this, but actually the real main one is Binghamton, they get in about $2.7 million from their general fund. Looking at Elmira's budget, because they're a true enterprise fund and they have their capital funded through there, it's very difficult to determine what their other revenue sources coming in. So I'm still working through that, but they're getting money in other areas to help keep their CPE low.
Is it CP per passenger?
Yeah, so what they do is they total your airline revenue and divide it by the number of passengers. So it's not anything that's getting paid, it's just what the airline looks at, is what it costs them per enplanement to operate. And it's not including their fuel, it's not including anything else, it's just the revenue paid to the airport.
Does Elmira get a subsidy too, or to help keep their enplanement low?
They get something. I've tried to delve through their budgets, and I'm actually probably going to have Daryl see if he can help me figure anything additional out. But they're a true enterprise fund, and capital comes through there, so they also have a lot of grant funding coming through there. So it's hard to really tell what the additional money is.
Do you know what Syracuse's CPE is?
I don't have it on me, but I think it's like right around $10.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, Mike Sigler wanted to ask a question.
Well, that was kind of my question. I'm like, we're losing to Elmira, Binghamton, maybe. I just don't see us losing that much business to them. I could be wrong, but I would think Syracuse would be.
Yeah, everything's Syracuse, yeah.
So that seems like an odd kind of comparison to me. I would think the Syracuse impact would be much larger.
Yep.
Can you back that slide up one just for a second? If not.
You need a plane trolley?
No, the CPE.
There we go, you got it.
Good job.
IT guy.
The jack of all trades, that's why I bring him.
Okay, thanks.
Yep, and I'll get you Syracuse's, and I can actually get any airport. It's information that's found on the FAA's website. So I will happily send out other airport information as well as what they have. So also, let's see, where are we at here? Revenue comparison. So in 2024, we were actually short in our revenue collections by just over $200,000. 2025, looking at where we are year to date, I truly believe we're going to hit our revenue estimates and exceed them in some. Our landing fees are just over $900,000 is what we estimated for our budget. And we have just over $550,000, and that's only billing through July. I still have the rest of, 5 months to bill to the airlines. Same with the majority of our rental. A lot of that comes from the airlines. So again, that's through July, so I have 5 months to bill through there. So our revenue collection, I do believe we're on point. And I know Randy had been asking about fund balance. So right now, our fund balance is just about $400,000. At the end of 2023, it was over $1 million. And at the end of 2024, it was about $800,000. I think that factors from customs because that was really taking a lot of our money for the last few years, and you can't use airline revenue to support that. So having to cover the losses in customs really took a hit on our fund balance. We also have other accounts, our PFC account, so that really helps with our capital projects, and our balance in that is about 1.5 million. We're working on getting that applied to all of our projects, and we should be able to move forward to projects currently happening, and with the revenue we're collecting from PFCs every year, it's covering our capital projects that year, which is the 2.5% local share in 2025 and 2026. So in 2025, we completed our strategic business plan, and one of the main focuses of that was lowering our CPE to attract service. So that really became a top priority of enticing service, lowering the CPE, to make Ithaca competitive with regional airports, and also continuing to work with our airline partners. We're fortunate enough to have relationships with them and to hopefully build additional ones. There's a lot of maintenance and effort factored into our other, line items, but the ones I really wanted to notice here was the travel and training. A lot of the travel and training budget, well over half, is mandated training for our operations staff. They have to have fire training, they have to have different operational training, EMT, a CDL, wildlife. I mean, they have to, we have to have wildlife management training. And then the other part of our travel and training budget are to continue with airline visits, to continue for airline conferences, to ensure that, we're reaching out, that we're, getting our name out there and talking to the airline representatives and get that additional service. The enhancement. So this one's, the difficult one. It's $1.971 million. By asking for that, it's to help lower the rates and charges, to reduce the cost per employment, making the airport more attractive to airlines, and offering a competitive market with other airports. Without the enhancement, it's going to result in a higher CPE and the potential for loss of air service. And again, here on the second slide, I stated that too. Without the enhancement, the CPE would be about $40. This CPE could result in definitely less service, loss of service, and this could also prohibit the airport from obtaining new service based on the high CPE. And this investment in the airport helps grow air service and directly impacts jobs, tourism, while ensuring the community access. And I thank you guys for listening to the presentation, and we'll take any questions.
Start with Dan Nolan, then Deborah Dawson.
Hey, thank you guys so much for coming. You cited a couple of studies, I think you said multiple, if not one, about the economic impact of the airport. Is there more than one? Sorry, I have a couple questions. Is there more than one? Who did them? And can we get them?
One was done in 2022, but I can absolutely get that to you. And I believe it said on the bottom of the slide.
Sorry, I don't have this slide, but.
I will look at that and I will
That's fine.
send the information out. Absolutely.
And my other question is, you mentioned that, so let's say we were to, do this $1.9 million enhancement. You said the risk is essentially a potential loss in. Can we elaborate on that a little bit more? Because $1.9 million, it's not nothing. And so if we're looking at possibly not getting something, I feel like we need a little bit more than that.
I can actually probably let Josh speak to that. He's met with a lot of the airlines, but I know with the CPE and the lower fees that they're paying at other airports, they do love our market. I do believe that they would come here if they were lower. If they continue to be high, I mean, right now our CPE is about $30. We've had to really have some pretty in-depth discussions with both Delta and United stating, we're working hard, this is our goal. You know, we understand the CPE is higher, and I'll let Josh speak on that, and maybe Corsa can too. He did go to a conference as well.
Yeah, so ultimately, when we sit in front of the airlines, we're not the only airport there, right? So every airport in the country that flies commercial air carriers are at these conferences. And what we take out of it every single time is they love our market, but we're too expensive to operate. So we have done everything in our power to lower cost of operations almost to bare bones, right? To keep our budget in line, but ultimately everything else is raising up, right? So before COVID, and we know we don't want to keep going back towards COVID, but this is really when the industry changed. It was way cheaper to operate an aircraft than it is now. Pilots were getting paid way less, fuel prices were way less, and now here's what we have to deal with, right? So we have to figure out how to bring, the airlines want us to take some of the risk to operate out of. And that's the challenge that we're in. We have to bring that CPE down before they'll even look at us. Because if you're at an airport 100 miles away or 50 miles away that, you know, has the same demographics, right? Or market, but you can fly in and out for half the price, where are you going to take your business, right? So that's the challenge.
And do you have any reason to believe that would change? I'm from Syracuse originally. I drive up there all the time. I still have family up there. Why would I necessarily take a flight from Ithaca? How about this? Is that the CP at which you found that the marginal benefit equals the marginal cost?
Well, I mean, that's really what we get from these meetings. They're looking at a certain amount. I mean, ultimately, they want a $10 CP. What we know.
I was gonna say, yeah. I mean, I like all kinds of expensive things I can't afford. But
right, exactly.
Yeah, but you're saying that they've indicated to you on some level that not $30. What was it that you said you wanted? 15 was somehow the magic number.
So the magic number really is around the $13 mark national average. If you look at that, right? We know that without cutting it in half from pretty much 30 to 15 is a huge benefit for the airlines. They're going to see that and say, okay, they're making. The plan is we make a step, they make a step, right? And then they bring in more service. Then our CPE gets to that $13 mark. They bring in more service. Then we're at $10. And then we're competitive, right? So the airlines are in and out. We have connectivity, we have service, and the airlines we're happy, you're happy, because eventually then we stop taking, you know.
That was going to be my next question. So is the plan here that you ask for this subsidy to get to the $15 CP? And when does that taper off? Is it something along the lines of, all of a sudden Delta's like, oh, great, you guys did your part, we're doing it, you know, and then you get 3 or 4 more flights or another airline or something like that to come in, then the average drops and subsidies decrease?
That's right.
Or is this something that would need to be done in some level of perpetuity? I guess I'm just wondering, if we do this for 1 year, what real progress gets made in that 1 year?
Well, I believe, I mean, of course you can answer, but I believe it's got to be a multi-year, but that's the plan, right? We get our prices down where we're more competitive. They like our market. We sell the pitch. They bring more aircraft in, right? And then our CPE starts to come down. We collect more revenue. So ultimately, in the airport business, right, we don't have a business park. So everything relies solely on the airlines. The airlines bring in more flights. We rent more cars. We park more vehicles. We sell more fuel. Ultimately, it all stems from that airline coming in. So if we can triple our flights per day, we're going to triple our parking revenue. So that's more revenue coming in, less money borrowed. Our CPE stays low. Everybody stays happy.
Is there any indicator that there is a demand for these types? Because you just said if we triple it, you triple the revenue. Is there any indication that's actually going to happen?
We were at 108,000 in 2019, and the increase of pilots.
108,000 what? Sorry.
108,000 enplanements. So
okay.
We had, at that time, we had 12 flights. Every airline was doing 3 to 4.
Sure.
We were actually an increase of like 12%.
So in July of 2019, in the height of our construction, over July of 2018, we had a 30% passenger increase. In January and February of 2020, before COVID, January and February are not normally our great months. That's usually a slower month. We had 11% and 12% respectively increases. So we were increasing, we were getting the people, they liked the convenience, they liked being local. A lot of times we are more expensive, but a lot of times we're not. I've had people call, I say try Ithaca first. I can't guarantee it, but you also have to factor in the drive to Syracuse, the parking, which is a lot more expensive. Our parking is very reasonable. But I've talked to people, I say, can you fly a day earlier? And well, absolutely. And, Mindy, she's actually going on vacation and she got round trip tickets to Punta Cana for under $1,000 for her and her husband. Out of Ithaca, and she looked and she says, I would rather fly out of Ithaca. So the opportunities are there as well. It might just take a little more looking. And I think, with the flights that are as full as they are, we, one of the regional airports locally, one flight a day has 50% load factor.
At Ithaca, sorry, or
no, a regional, locally airport. So
does that include Syracuse?
Nope.
No. Okay.
Okay, let's go to Deborah.
Yeah, thank you. I have a bunch of questions, sorry. So you're saying that this $1,971,000 would cut the cost per employment to $15. So how much would 1.1 million cut it to?
I would have to look at that. I don't have, it could be right around probably, I'm going to say probably 18 to 20.
Okay. Then you mentioned that you have a PFC balance of 1.5 million and you're using all of that for capital. I know that you inherited this mess, but understand that from the perspective of those of us who were here when that airport grant came through, and we were assured that the debt service would be covered by the PFCs. Since then, we've been forking over, what, $625,000 a year for that debt service. Now you're asking us for another $6 million over 3 years to cut the cost for employment. So, a lot of people are not really sanguine about this suggestion.
So, can I, real quick on the PFCs, so that, they have to be for capital projects. So, in the debt service, we're splitting that, half from the county, half from the airport. We're trying to do that, so.
Well, still $625,000 a year. And so I guess my last question is, what kind of revenue can we get from these private jet flights that come in?
And revenue from the private jets?
Well, yeah, I mean, the airlines, don't they pay something for?
Oh yeah, the private jets, they pay landing fees and flowage fees. We get money from their fuel and that type of stuff.
And where does that show up in the airport's revenues?
Under commissions.
Commissions?
Yep. Concessions, it might be concessions, yes.
Oh, okay. So right now, that's budgeted for about 906,000, right? Okay.
And there's other things in there too, but I can also get a definitive from Mike Horan, so we get, and what they pay from Taganic too.
Yeah, you have a contract with East Hill Flying Club, right?
Oh, Taganic.
Taganic Aviation. So I'll get information and I'll send that out to, just for a little more details on what's in there.
Okay.
If that would be helpful?
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
Lee, did you have a hand?
Yeah, but I think Deborah just grabbed onto what I was going to ask. And so your concessions, 996 for next year, up from 751. So you're already projecting some income. And that was going to be my question. If you went from 5 flights a day to 10 flights a day at 80% passengers and so on, where was that going to create? In what pots were we going to see an increase in revenue over time to stabilize the budget.
Sure. So the additional flights will give us an increase in our landing fees. There will also be an increase in PFCs, which will help pay debt service and capital projects. So any additional employments we get, that's a huge help. If we could get the PFCs from $4.50 to $8 and something, which has been talked about for many years, would be a huge help. So I'll put that bug in everybody's ear. And it's not something we can do locally, it's a federal thing, but just a thought. I've been talking to many people about that. That would be great. Additional revenue too would come from rental cars. It would come from parking. The parking revenue has really shocked me, so I was really impressed with actually how much more we are getting. I mean, Josh and I talked about that, and by doing that, that was really probably one of the best things we've done as far as that in the last year of realizing, because we were actually paying them to manage the parking and they were keeping all the revenue. So for us to keep all the revenue and save money really helped. We're getting about $3 million of revenue into the airport in other sources from rental cars and rent from East Hill to Gannick.
Do you think a drop in the CPE of $20 translates into a drop in $20 in fare on the airplane, or more, or less?
Fares are very tricky. I wish I had the answer for that, Lee, because I think I would be very rich. Airfares are make no sense, and I've tried to make sense of them. So it's also, it's supply and demand too. So when you have an empty airplane, they're trying to get people on, so they're selling them at premium prices. The closer you get to takeoff, the fuller the airplane gets. They're like, oh, I'm going to bump it up a little bit because it's at a premium. People are going to want to fly. That's what I've seen. But again, it may not always be true, because sometimes I'll look at a flight on 2 weeks before and it's dropped. I can round trip to JFK for $179, a trip to DC for $239 round trip.
So the competitiveness is really about the airlines coming in here more, and not necessarily the competitiveness and the prices of the travelers' costs.
And I think additional service will help that as well. I don't know to the extent, but I think it will help level off prices because there'll be more options. But I can't give a definite detail on that.
Okay. Well, your first test is to see if the third flight to Washington will create that much more traffic.
The bookings are already looking really good for that. Matt has done a lot of research on that and got the information. So our bookings are looking great for the third flight. And like I stated, 2 other airports are that have had the third flight. They've kept them after the trial period.
One more question is, do you think the length of time, I mean, basically you're in Washington in an hour and a half. And that's pretty good compared to having to travel an hour and a half to maybe get a lesser flight. Is that?
Josh has taken the trip to DC.
Yeah, it was great. Like, you're there, you could make an 8 o'clock meeting if you had one in DC.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if the shorter flights, rather than stretching to Chicago or wherever, we're another hour going somewhere else to get on the flight, might not discourage somebody from going elsewhere.
And Dulles is a really nice airport.
Dan Klein.
I also have probably a series of questions. And you said the cost per employment right now is about $28. You said if we don't allocate this subsidy, it'll go up to $40. So do I understand then that it fluctuates, like it's just the way you fill your budget? Is it, do you just?
So we'll be looking at the, to cover the additional costs of the budget as well. But also, I think actually we're over for 2025, we're a little over $30. $28 was for 2024.
$30.73,
Yeah.
I think, in that thing you submitted in July.
Yep, so it's just a little over 30, so it's up a couple of dollars. So it just really is, and it's and the $40 truly is an estimate too. It's based on employments and on what the airlines would have to pay to cover. So also our budget's trickier too. It's not just revenue and expenses. We have 4 cost centers, and the airlines actually cover 2 of the cost centers, a large portion of them, the rental and the airfield. So it's looking at what expenses are allocated to those cost centers to determine what's needed to cover those costs related to airline activity.
So it's $30 this year for the whole year? Like it's a set figure for the whole year?
And it's not really a set figure. It's just like at the end of the year is when it's actually determined. So at the end of the year, whatever the airlines pay, you divide by the employments, and that gives you your CPE. So at the end of 2024, we took the total airline revenue divided by our employments and gave us that number. It's not really a number we charge anybody. It's just a number that says this is what it's costing the airlines to operate with the revenue they're paying. Does that help more?
Oh,
yeah. It's just a calculation to determine. It's not, us charging them CPE of that amount or them charging us. It's just a basic calculation of airline revenue divided by passengers equals CPE.
But they're looking at that number saying that it's expensive to fly out of Ithaca. Well, that's my next question, and maybe it was related to what Lee was getting at. So if this action of ours would lower the rates from roughly 30 to roughly 15, why don't airlines just look at that and say, well, you're telling us they want to fly out of Ithaca. Why don't they just fly out of Ithaca and charge $15 more for their fare? Because that's not going to chase anybody away. Like, why would they not think like that?
It's not really related to their fare necessarily. It's related to the overall how it's a calculation of that. I would think it would make sense too that they come here. It's going to lower everything, but.
That's a good question, Dan.
Okay. At least I asked a good
maybe
question.
they're already doing it.
Yeah.
They might be.
Right.
Okay, one question on a totally different topic. Do you remember how much the fuel farm costs to build? We just built that about like 4 years ago or something like that?
I think it was $2.3 million if I recall.
Okay. So it looks like we're doing pretty well on that one, that was a good investment. Is that how you view it?
Ultimately, the fuel farm, the sales of the outside, on the outside, are really funding the fuel that we use on the inside. So for like snow removal equipment and stuff like that, it's pretty close. I mean, we might have an additional revenue, but it definitely covers our fuel cost.
Yeah, it's almost there for the first year. It was like pretty equal, and then last year, I believe, the year before it really depends on the winter too as well. How hard the winter is. But us selling fuel on WEX cards at the slight increase, we're able to purchase our fuel. Our fuel used to be, quite expensive to operate to clear the snow, and we have a minimal cost or a gain by that.
When it says a fuel farm commission, that's profit?
No, not full profit.
Oh, okay.
No, so that's commission. So in the one line item 54310, I think that's the right one, is fuel, what we have to purchase for fuel.
There's a line, well, I don't have the line
Okay.
number, but it says fuel farm commission, $350,000.
Yeah, so that's commissions. That's revenue taken in, but we have the expense on the expense line for purchasing fuel.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, I've got Randy and Shauna.
You got 2 people there too. Thank you for coming and staying late.
I'm sorry, who else?
Add Veronica at the end.
With us.
And Veronica, we'll add to her to the list.
Years ago, airlines used to go to Elmira and Ithaca to collect up passengers and take them someplace.
I remember that.
Yeah. I'm looking at, I've got a few questions. So is air travel overall since COVID increased overall, or is it flattened, or where are we with that?
So from 23 to 24, our passengers increased, I think it's about 12%, so we are growing. I think air travel for business isn't to where it was, but I do think travel for vacations, pleasure, because I think people just really want to enjoy life. I think a lot of people are realizing the importance of that, but I'm not sure we're ever going to get back to the business travel because of Zoom. But I do think it is picking up nationwide. I think it's starting to increase, but I don't think we're back to pre-COVID yet.
Okay. And what is your estimated parking revenue? How did that, what do you think it's going to be?
About 425,000. Slightly less than that for a couple of the contracts. I think it's like 411 that'll actually be revenue above what our contractual costs are on the expense line.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I'm looking at, this is a question for Norma, I think. So I'm looking at Interfund A. So that was basically coming from our fund balance to balance things, and it's declined. It was 1.8 million and change in 23, 1.1 million in 24, and estimated to be 741,000 this year. So it's been slowly declining. So so the request is for additional 1.2 million roughly.
Correct.
Over what it was this year. Okay.
Right.
So I'd like to know if it stayed flat, what would your CPE be? So if it wasn't 1.9, if we continued to $750,000, what would that be? So also, and I see your appropriated fund balance. Is that from your fund balance? $367,000 estimated this year.
So that's we're actually going to take, I believe, for 2026, we're going to take that from the PFC funds towards the debt service.
Okay. And that's all I got.
Ann Corman.
So, pardon me, a bit tired, but did you say where you thought the planes could go? I mean, you said like Chicago might be one of them.
So that would, that's been something that a lot of people want as a Western connection. So I believe Chicago, I mean, a lot of people, that would be great for the Western connections, westbound traffic. Also a low-cost carrier. Adding a low-cost carrier at Ithaca, 3 flights a week, say, 3 days a week flying, would really increase our passenger numbers, help the CPE, and that would be a Florida, I believe would be a good fit for the airport. So those are kind of what we're looking at, and then continue with the Dulles and JFK. And there's always Detroit. I have a 50-50 mix of people. Half love JFK, half love Detroit. So and they're both like, no, Delta needs to go back here, but that's always a possibility. But I think Chicago would help if we didn't do Detroit.
And you have some data that says this is where people want to go, and because with the, going to Dulles, we had some data, plus you were, not Dulles, Dulles. That was a flight we had before. We knew we could fill it up. They added one, they added another one. So you have other data that says, that people would use those flights?
Absolutely. So Chicago, I think 2 of our top destinations are San Francisco and Los Angeles. I think Matt Colbert's on, but I think those are 2 of our top destinations. And Chicago would be a great connection for those as well. Plus there's good international connections out of Chicago too.
Sure, I could see that. And also Florida getting a low cost. When I've taken the ones a lot of times last 2 years down to Florida at Elmira, they're packed. They're full all winter long. Thank you.
Shauna.
Thank you. I was wondering, I have a few questions. For one, can you tell me, are we collecting any type of fees for Ubers and taxis whenever they drop off and pick up at the airport?
Absolutely. So we get an annual payment from Uber of $40,000, and I believe Lyft is right around $3,000 to $5,000 a year, but Uber pays us a flat fee. And then taxis, sorry, I missed the taxi, sorry, Shauna. Taxis, we actually worked where they actually, because it was such a problem with them out in front with security issues, they pull into the short-term lot, and they do also, there's a charge for them because they usually are sitting there waiting, so we get a few dollars there. And it's also much easier than trying to track them down on a drop-off by drop-off basis.
Okay. And then my other question was, I know that we invested in a study, and I think for me personally, I expected that whenever we saw the study results, it would be very evident that there were steps we can take in order to get the airport up and solvent and self-sufficient. And I'm just wondering if, for one, we can get a copy of that study. And secondly, I think the thing that I fear is that at some point we're going to top out, even if we double the amount of flights that we have coming in and out, at some point there's probably just not going to be as much demand as we had pre-COVID. And so are they taking that into consideration whenever they did the study?
So they did. They looked at the market as well, and I'll send you do you want the full 180-page study, or we also did the approval here with kind of the main points.
Summary is perfect.
Yeah, so you probably have that. I think we did a resolution and it was included, but I'll send that to you, Shauna, if you would like.
Okay.
It was on the...
Yeah, that would be great.
It's on
Thank you.
The July 15th ledge meeting agenda, the strategic business plan action strategy based on that study, Shauna.
Okay, I'll take another look at it. I'm just wondering, I mean, I feel like there has to be something, because every year you guys come to us and we want to be helpful. We want you guys to be successful, because if you're successful, we're successful. And I do think the airport should be an economic driver. The problem is it gets harder and harder every year for us to justify our taxpayers, picking up the brunt here. And, like I've mentioned before, many of our taxpayers can't even, don't have the extra funds to fly out of Ithaca. And I know it's a chicken and egg kind of thing, but I think we have to figure out something over the next few years that's actually going to be sustainable.
And thank you for that, Shauna. And that's, part of the plan and part of what we're working through, and, continuing to go to the conferences. But, and this is a step, and, and of course, I mean, I can't make any guarantees. I wish I could. I wish I could say, this happens and we get everything. But I'm willing to work hard, and Josh is, and that's the plan, that I had in there, with the strategic plan. And there's other opportunities too. If we increase our non-airline revenue, which is what we're looking at doing as well from part of the action plan, is what other revenue sources can we generate that will lower what we need from, whether it be from the county or, keeping the airline CPE low.
Thank you.
Yep.
Veronica. Veronica, are you there? We see your hand up.
She might have fallen asleep on us.
They.
Okay.
That's she.
Are you there? Something's coming on.
We can hear her.
Oh. Oh, no.
Wow.
Hi, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Now you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I am so sorry, I accidentally pushed a mute button somewhere. My question, and I apologize if it was already answered, the costs per enplanement, you've explained that that's not a number that anyone chooses specifically, it's just a calculation based on a bunch of other stuff. But can you tell us what is it that you do charge the airlines for? Or what is, where do the costs come from?
So the airlines pay landing fees and terminal rental. So those are the two areas that they pay revenue. And the landing fee.
Does that end up being per flight? Sorry, go ahead.
Yep, sorry. So the landing fee is based on the weight of the aircraft. So it's a maximum gross combined landed weight per 1,000 pounds. And then there's a landing fee associated with that based on the needs of the airfield. And then the terminal rental, the same thing. I believe there's 22,000 square feet within the terminal. And the rental for the terminal, the rates are based on, exclusive use, joint use, shared use. So there's fun calculation on that, and anytime anybody's bored and wants to come up, I'll go over airline billing 101 with you.
That's going to stop us from being bored?
Yes. It's riveting.
I thought we could come if we couldn't sleep.
And I'll bring you cinnamon rolls.
Okay.
See?
Anything else, Veronica?
Can I just ask?
No, thank you.
Right.
I just hope that airlines know that the Ithaca area terminal itself is way nicer than the other airports. So that should have some value.
Mike?
Are the hangar space, is that all rented?
So we actually have a hangar waiting list right now.
Okay.
6 people are on the T hangar waiting list. Once people get there, they stay. So we haven't really had any turnover, a couple of them, but we have now 6 people. So we are looking at the opportunities, but that's something that's not FAA AIP funded. So I do have a plan. Mike Horan and I will be meeting to see what opportunities Tagana can help us with.
Okay. How much, well, that's a weird question. It won't matter. Okay, great, thank you.
Yep.
I'll catch you, Ann, but I wanted to ask a question on the slide that's still on the screen. And I thought that was a good slide about the economic engine. Where are the student passengers included in your figures here? You talk about 56% visiting family and friends, 22% business, 22% vacation.
So we have tried to extrapolate and get just student numbers. It's very difficult. Do I think we have a lot of student travel? Sure, absolutely, because I know, there's a lot of Cornell students and Ithaca College students, and but there's also a lot of other on the campuses too, staff, faculty. Ithaca College loves the Dulles flight. They actually have office space down there, so they're extremely happy. And we've been working, so I'm trying to figure out a way that we can get those numbers relatively easily that are real. I don't want to make something up. I want to make sure that it's legitimate data. Chris has been on Ithaca College campus, worked with a lot of people and incoming students and parents not knowing there's an airport. We're still working to get onto Cornell campus to do more of that.
But I think certainly mentioning, even if you don't have the exact figures, or mentioning the fact that servicing the global engine of Cornell University, for example, and NIC too, would be a good thing to mention on a slide like this. Ann.
Thank you. I don't want to create work for anybody, but something that would be helpful to me, I'm not sure about other legislators, because this is, a big chunk of change especially, and, a big amount of money we're asking for our taxpayers to pay, would be something like, an estimated chart that says, okay, we add this much money, and then in the next year or two, if we lower the enplanements, we could add, this many more carriers or this many more enplanements, whatever, we could increase our revenue this way, so that that we're seeing, okay, our money that we're putting in would go down, and maybe some, I don't know if it would be an agreement, something like if your revenue, if the airport revenue goes up, we're going to get that money back at the end of the year, some of that back. Anyway, something that would help us see that over the next 3 years. And I know it's a total projection, like Roxanne said, you can't guarantee that, but what's your play? Like, what are you going for? I'm assuming you're not going, hey, we're going to put this in and we hope that you're looking for that. And you do have figures for what revenue comes in from different flights.
And so it kind of is shown, and
did I see it?
Yep. Yeah. And it's kind of shown. So the bottom of that is without, so if you're looking at, if we added Chicago and gained an estimated, our CPE would be this. And this without, so these bottoms are without any funding at all, without the 1.9 enhancement. So adding these, and then, to the bottom, the daily flights would get us to $13 CPE, But also with this too, which would be helpful, and I'll try to come up with the best way to do this, you're also going to increase your other revenue sources. So these increases are going to increase parking. We're going to have a parking problem, which we will love. You're going to have rental car problems. Josh can build a parking lot.
Right, so if I could interject, so something based on this, plus you said parking and other revenues, you know, Uber and taxis and all kinds of other things. You know, what an estimate would be of revenue that this is going to generate in some chart that we could say, hey, this is our path out, and here's our exit from you know, at contributing money. This is when we hit the mark of self-sustainability, hopefully. And then that kind of gives us something, if it might be possible, in the next year, we can go, how close are we to that? You know, on our projections. And, you know, because if you're coming back next year and we don't even have that data.
And I have some of that, but I didn't really have it definitive, so I didn't want to share it and overstate anything. I want to always be transparent and clear, but I will dig into it and I'll send you what I have, and I'll try to figure out a good calculation of the other non-airline. I think I can, and I'll work with people that Recondo, our financial consultants. They deal with a lot of airports that I think can help with that as well, and I have some of that, and that's kind of some of what the air service slide is, but I'll extrapolate on that.
Yeah, and that, like I said, in some chart that we could go, okay, and then we hold you accountable next year. Thank you.
All right, why don't we go ahead, Corsa, then let's wrap it up.
Yeah, so I just wanted to add that that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to, I believe, is it next month or this month?
November.
November, we're going to Florida, so we are hoping that we can have a paper to the airlines and say this is what the community is willing to put in to support the airport, which will reduce your cost to operate from here so that it will be attractive for them to turn their attention to us.
Right.
And there are specific things that we can also do, and we are having a good conversation with Cornell to also chip in some areas to be more attractive proposition to the airlines to come in. And if we're able to get that process moving, then the airlines will come in. That will give us an opportunity to evaluate the impact on an annual basis and then propose the legislature where if there is a need for even continual support. And as Shauna indicated, this is a chicken and egg conversation.
Right.
And we are hopeful that if we're able to have a good, because at the end of the day, you go to these conferences, it's about at what point and which airlines are willing, or which airports are willing to share their risk with the airlines for them to come in. So we are hoping that this becomes a good proposition for them so that they will also look at it. There's an airline that we spoke to that said, I would love to fly from Ithaca, but I can't because my base fare is $80. I can't afford to pay $30 CPA. So those are the critical things that we can actually move with some of these support if we're able to put it in place. And I think the first step is to show that there's a commitment at the local level. And then the next step is to get the airlines to also buy into that commitment. And there's a lot of marketing, a lot of engagement, a lot of discussion. And I don't know if Matthew will have anything to add, but it's a process that we have to bank on and also go and chase after them, because after COVID, there's a lot of airports that want to get back to pre-COVID numbers. And there are not that many airlines or many pilots to fly those planes.
Right.
So they are looking at all options around the table and choosing where the community input is significant than the other.
Are you signaling you want to speak? Go ahead.
It's late.
Good evening.
We need to wrap
Air
up.
Service
Go ahead.
Consultant. Thank you, Corsa. The Air Service Development Consultant for the Ithaca Tompkins Airport, Matthew Colbert with Intervistas, also a native Tompkins County resident, and I think Corsa, Josh, and Roxanne, hit the nail on the head, as well as the legislature, that since COVID, the Ithaca Airport is on a strong path to recovery. It is, of course, challenged by the larger aircraft. We all remember the small propeller planes to New York and Philadelphia. The larger aircraft have more of an opportunity cost for the airlines to fly around the country. So Ithaca is in competition with College Station, Texas, Charlottesville, Virginia for that aircraft, and having the competitive cost per enplanement just helps keep the airport at the top of the list. And it's something that American, when they did leave the market, cited Ithaca's cost per enplanement as one of the things that they looked at when they determined that it made sense for them at the time to leave the market. And when we meet with the airlines at these conferences, they highlight it. Breeze Airlines up in Syracuse was the one who said, hey, we can't charge $80 and have a $30 cost per enplanement, but something that when we go back with them in November and then subsequent meetings if necessary, it's just a great quiver in our arrow in our quiver to say, you know, it's a community and an airport that's competitive. We know the economy is resilient and strong, and it's a community that deserves more air service. And it's a very strong piece of our case to the airlines.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Yes, Lee.
Okay. Let me take the focus off Roxanne for a minute and then ask, of course, a couple questions. The $1 million question, or the $1.1 million question. Forget the CPEs and whatever else. $1.1 million to make this work out of additional sales tax revenue anticipated from short-term rental. And that is new revenue to the county, and that was reflected in the increase from the budget request to recommended, right?
That's correct, yes.
And then $371,000, it says on the tax levy, but I'm assuming that's coming out of fund balance?
No, that's on direct tax levy. That's a replication of the support we provided last year.
Okay, so it doesn't show in the airport consolidated budget as a target number.
Yeah, we didn't put that in as a target. We put it because it's a new request, so it cannot be in as a target. But it's recommended in the budget to support, but it's not in the target.
Okay, and 500,000 room tax revenue is?
Yeah, that's part of the proposal, yes.
And is that going to require action on our part?
It's going to require the state to approve it, isn't it? No?
No, it will not require the state to approve it. It will require recommendation because part of tourism promotion, because the airport is part of our tourism ventures. So it will be going to what's the name? The agency that looks after the funds to make determination how to redistribute.
STPB.
Yes, so we had a conversation with Nick, and Nick presented a various scenario that can be supported. So if there's a support from the legislatures, then we will bring Nick from downstairs. We'll present the various scenarios, and then it's up to us to decide which scenario we want to move forward with.
Are you laying a finger aside of your nose, or is your hand up?
Yeah, I'm trying to disappear. Yeah, but, you know, there are some cogent arguments against increasing the hotel tax. And I think that it's not necessarily a sure thing that the entire legislature is going to agree to do that.
Yeah, let me just indicate, it's not an increase in the hotel tax. It's the existing revenue part that is being realigned. So right
But they
now,
were asking for another %.
No, we are not asking for an increase, no.
I think that would require, I think that's what you're thinking would require.
That is both things are happening, but they're separate.
Yes, okay.
So this $500,000 isn't dependent on increasing okay.
No, but it would
So
be a
basically,
reallocation of the funds.
reallocation of the back end. So I think if you look back in 2022, I believe our total tourism expenditure was about $2 million. In 2024 budget, 2024 is about $2 million. 2026 budget, we are looking at about 4.8 million or so. So we are asking that reallocation of some of those revenue to make way for that 500,000 support.
Okay. I think we're going to wrap. I want to thank Roxanne and Josh for their presentation tonight. Matt, thank you for being on with us as well.
You did.
And I've got just a couple of quick announcements. Our next EBC meeting will be a week from tonight on the 25th. We've got a number of departments. Some of them are pretty heavy departments. So we're going to need to be crisp when we're talking and asking questions. And don't forget, we have to add TC3 because they're going to make a presentation at the same time. Anything else?
We already approved it.
Then let's adjourn for tonight.
Thanks, Mike.
Why are we having TC3?